All right, guys, and the track is hot. First pair, Junior Street. Pulling up to the starting line right now, Shelby McNeil. Yesterday's winner lined up next to Lyndon Reynolds. Shelby McNeil in the 2010 Nissan Pathfinder. Lyndon Reynolds in the 98 Acura Integra. Attention pits, pro finalists. Just the finalists in lanes 5 and 6, please. That's the pro finalists from yesterday's race, lanes 5 and 6. Chris Stone? So Mike Render and Andy Klosky, come on down for your final race. So Shelby McNeil ran that run, put down the fastest time, and then James McNeil behind her put down a 9:32 at 74 miles an hour. Now we have Jimmy Vandenberg in the 1990 Pontiac in the left lane, lined up next to Josephine Smith in the 07 Silverado. Josephine Smith with Zapstrap Racing. Clean leave for Josephine, putting down a 9:79 at 71 miles an hour. Jimmy Vandenberg going red off the tree, but 9:23 at 73 miles an hour. Now Jenna Monroe in the left lane, 2008 Chevy Tahoe. Got some help today from A&M Marketing, Winter Harbor Marina, and RV. Lined up next to Sierra from Kamloops in the 2025 Ford Bronco. Sierra's driving with Zapstrap Racing also. Sierra getting there first, 9:75 at 73 miles an hour. Jenna Monroe putting down a 10:70 at 66 miles an hour. We got Owen Harvey in the left lane. And that's 78 Ford F100. Lined up next to the convertible Mustang. That's Cash's 94 Mustang GT. Cash with a tidy launch off the line. 006 up front. Putting down a 10:08 at 70 miles an hour. 10:31 at 68 miles an hour for Owen Harvey. And Hunter Gallant, the 2025 Ford Escape. Hunter's driving today with BDL Auto, Lordco Racing, Crystal DeJagger, Mulder Trucking, and Lori Peterson. Lined up next to Douglas Cavas's 1987 Chrysler Woody Wagon. Attention in the pits. Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro to the staging lanes for Q1. We got Nick Bond in the left lane, and what my computer's telling me is a 2026 Ford F-150. Although that appears to be a Porsche GTS something or other. Cayenne. Pretty speedy bone stock F-150. Clean launch off the starting line. 85 thou up front, 900, 66 mile an hour across the 8th. Mustang ran a 1128 at 61 miles an hour. And that was a wrap for Junior Street. Now we're moving on to Junior Thunder. Dallas Jackson in the left lane. 2008 RPC Junior Dragster. Dallas got some help today from TKO and Cascade Capital. Lined up next to Cadence Rodrigue in the right lane. Cadence driving her 2006 Creative Junior Dragster. Cadence got a lot of help from Amsoil Ken Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines, Ernie Speed and Customs, and Dave and Trudy. And a clean leave for both drivers, couple of green lights. Cadence Rodrigue getting there first, 897 at 72 miles an hour. Dallas Jackson with an 1193 at 52 miles an hour. Paige Barlow in the right lane, driving today with Dead Man Racing. Lined up next to Grayson Mass. Grayson's with New Elevation Civil Construction, driving his 2008 Martin Chassis Junior Dragster. Four bulbs lit and a couple of green lights. Grayson Mass getting there first, putting down a 904 at 71 miles an hour. Paige Barlow with an 1151 at 56 miles an hour. We have Owen Armstrong in the tower lane. Fountain Tire Chilliwack, DRI Racing, and Lordco. Driving down the strip with him today. Alex Green in the right lane. Alex Green with True North Mechanical yesterday's Junior Thunder winner. Alex Green with a speedy little rip down the track there. 9:01 at 73 miles an hour. Owen Armstrong with a 12:09 at 52 miles an hour to the 8th. Kiera Harder's in the flamed out junior dragster in the left lane. Kiera's driving with Anderson A1 Auto House and Elevation Real Estate. Nate Green in the right lane. Nate Green with True North Mechanical. Nate Green quickest off the line, 62 up front, 900 at 71 miles an hour. Kiera Harder putting down a 12:15 at 50 miles an hour. Next pair pulling up to the starting line, Jackson Cowie. 2020 Huddleston Junior Dragster, driving with Mundy's Towing, lined up next to Jack Green in the right lane in his 07 Creative. Jack Green with True North Mechanical, of course. Jackson Cowie first off the line, 082 off the starting line. Jack Green getting there first of the 12:07 at 53 miles an hour. Cowie putting down a 15:26 at 39 miles an hour. We got Wesley Armstrong in the right lane. Wesley driving with Fountain Tired Chilliwack and Badass Garage, lined up next to Ashton Katnick. Ashton's got some help today from Lordco and TK Performance. Ashton from a little ways down the road to the west in Maple Ridge. Wesley Armstrong a little ways down the road to the east in Chilliwack. Wesley going red by 21 up front. Ashton Katnick with a clean leaf, putting down an 895 at 73 miles an hour. Wesley Armstrong with an 899 at 72 miles an hour. Nash Gallant now in the left lane. 2012 Mike Boss Junior Dragster. Nash driving today with BDL Auto, Lordco Racing, Crystal DeJagger, Mulder Trucking. Lined up next to Pearson Mass in the right lane in his 07 Martin with New Elevation Civil Construction. Nash Gallant getting off the starting line, nice and tidy, 59 up front. Putting down an 883 at 74 miles an hour. Pearson Mass with an 1181 at 54 miles an hour. Danica Harder now in the right lane. Danica driving her 06 Creative. She's got a bit of help from Anderson A1 Auto House and Elevation Real Estate. Danica Harder running an 1196 at 53 miles an hour. Now we have Riley Harder in the right lane for A1 Auto House. And that's a wrap for Q1 Junior Thunder, moving on to Junior Lightning. Starting us off for Junior Lightning, Coca Kowalski in the left lane. Connor Jackson in the right lane. Coca driving with DeKalb Ventures today. Connor Jackson with TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil, and Rodrigue Family Racing, Fitness Lab, and Lordco. Tidy leave for both drivers. Connor Jackson getting there first, 789 at 82 miles an hour. Coca Kowalski putting down a 795 at 83 miles an hour. Bentley Johnson and Isabella Marshall. Marshall in the right lane. Isabella driving her 2016 Mike Boss Jr. Dragster. Driving today with Canco and De Silva Auto World, Bentley Johnson. 2025 Mike Boss Jr. Dragster with Rodrigue Family Racing. Tidy launch for Bentley Johnson. Isabella Marshall going red by 8 thou. Bentley Johnson, clean run, 795, 81 miles an hour. Isabella Marshall with an 808 at 82 miles an hour. And we got the hot pink JBS machine in the right lane, piloted by April Bond. 2017 Huddleston Dragster, Junior Dragster. Driving with JBS equipment, of course, the title sponsor of our ET series here at Mission Raceway. And Adeline Duda in the 2005 half-scale Junior Dragster. A wild neon, very 90s paint scheme. Adeline Duda driving today with KJL Holdings, Performance World, and Bumper to Bumper. Clean launch for both drivers. Dudog getting off the line quickest, 52 thou up front, putting down a 795 at 80 miles an hour. April Bond in the right lane with a 797 at 81 miles an hour. Adam Katnick now. The red flaked out Junior Dragster in the tower lane. Driving with Lordco and TK Performance, lining up next to Nick Bond in the right lane. April Bond took a pass last run in the Lordco lane, and now her brother Nick pulling up to the starting line now. Clean launch for both drivers. Nick Bond, quickest off the line, 046 off the starting line. Adam Katnick getting there first with an 787, 81 miles an hour. Nick Bond with a 792 at 82 miles an hour. And that's a wrap for our Junior Lightning Q1. So we'll be moving on to Pro next. So we got Pro coming up. But we're finishing off Pro from yesterday's race. So the first race for Pro today is going to be yesterday's finals. The two finalists from yesterday's race. So this race will determine yesterday's winner and runner-up for the Pro class, and then we're going to go ahead and move right into Pro ET qualifying round 1 for today's race. We got Andy Klosky and Mike Render lined up in the staging lanes, ready to take their rip to determine who yesterday's champion is going to be. Mike Render in the left lane, 1985 Chevy S10 pickup truck, 6-liter LS power plant. And Andy Klosky in the right lane, 1965 Chevy 406 powered car. We got 1081 up on the board on the TCS lane. Lordco board says 973. And this is what yesterday's race all comes down to. Couple of green lights, clean launch for both drivers. Mike Render takes it. Mike Render, yesterday's champion with a 1077 on a 1081 with a double breakout situation. Mike Render was a lesser offender in the breakout situation. So Mike Render, yesterday's champion. Andy Klosky, the runner-up for Pro Class. And back to our regularly scheduled program. Back to today's event for qualifying round 1 Pro ET class. Right here at the River Valley Ford drag strip at Mission Raceway. We got Chris Stone and John McLean. Chris Stone in the left lane, 68 Dodge with Stone Cold Racing, Willowbrook Motors. John McLean with the Falk N Off Racing 1969 Ford Falcon, powered by a 363 Ford. Chris Stone from right here in Mission, BC. John McLean took a ferry to get here. He's from Nanaimo. Chris Stone getting to the end of the racetrack first. 10-12 at 129 miles an hour. John McLean, 11:02 at $1.20. And we are good to go. Just had to double check one of the timing boxes was doing its job correctly, and it is. Ralph Eller's left lane, 91 Mustang. Notchback Fox body lined up next to Rich Dye's 1973 Nova. Both cars off the button. 21 up front for Rich Dye's. Ralph Eller's getting there first with a 1074 at 124 miles an hour. Rich putting down an 1116 at $1.19. Brandon Piskachek left lane in the GT hatchback Mustang. Jeff Nyland in the right lane. 85 Chevy S10. Piskachek running a 1322 at 101. Jeff Nyland with a 1067 at $1.24. Dell Northgraves now. The black on black 77 Nova in the tower lane. Martin Lambert here from Everett, Washington in his 79 Chevy Monza. I love me an H-body. Big engine, little car. Always a winning combination. Nice wheels up launch, both drivers. Dale Northgraves getting off the starting line first. 038 reaction time. Runs a 10:21 at 130 miles an hour. Martin Lambert with a 9:48 in that little Monza, 141 miles an hour. Sean Ernest now in the right lane, 1984 Chevy S10. 406 GM powered unit lined up next to Andrew Valley's 65 Buick Riviera. Riviera is powered by a Buick 455, and he made the trip up from Tulalip. Sean Ernest getting there first with an 11:15 at 118 miles an hour. Andrew Valley, 32 up front, puts down an 11:59 at $1.14. Mal Patterson in the Malfunction car. 68 Acadia in the left lane. Malfunction driving with Albion Tireland Maple Ridge Valvoline Express Care. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen, this is your call to the staging lanes for Q1. Sportsmen to the lanes, Super Pro on standby. Sportsmen to the lanes, Super Pro on standby. Mal Patterson puts down a 10:25, 131 miles an hour. Ray Bollinger in his 63 Pontiac went 10:57 at $1.24. Ray was driving with Just Mechanical and ANA. Steve Watkins now in the left lane, C7 Chevy Corvette. Lined up next to Jim Stahl in the 2000 Mustang. Steve Watkins going red by 5 thou. Jim Stahl putting down a 10:72, 124 miles an hour. Watkins, 11:05 at $1.25. Lorenz Schwartz now. Super Sport Monte Carlo. Driving with Taves Roofing and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Lined up next to Sean Langley in his 69 Mustang Mach 1. Car number 428. And you can take a guess at what he's got under the hood. Clean launch for both drivers. Lorenz Schwartz, very tidy off the line. 7 thou up front, putting down a 10:07, 133 miles an hour. Sean Langley with an 11:61 at $1.15. Now Dennis Winton, the 4-door with 2-door handles, lost in time car, 1966 Chevy Bel Air. Calvin Dirks in the right lane in the Sugar Bear 1978 Firebird. .427 in the left lane, 400 block in the right lane. Calvin Dirks, 10:22, $1.31. Dennis Winton with a 10:74 at 127 miles an hour. Now we got Red Chevy v Red Chevy. Rick McKinney in the left lane, 1996 Chevy Camaro. Lined up next to Harrison Ledger out of Maple Ridge, 94 Chevy S10. Second gen S10, that's a 383 Chevrolet powered unit. Rick McKinney in the left lane. I got 305 in front of me. I'm not sure if that is accurate. Troy Scartwood in the left lane out of Snohomish, Washington, 1969 Chevy Camaro. Ross Hornall gets there in the wagon quickest with a 10.66 at a $1.22. Got off the line very clean too. 6th thou off the starting line. Now we got Dave Jung in the left lane. A car that loves to hang the hoops is 1996 Camaro. 350 Chevy powered car lined up next to Ryan Ledrette in his 2016 Challenger. Challenger's got a 6.4 liter. Ryan Ledrette's driving with Muffler Tech Auto today, and he had a bit of a mishap at the starting line. Rolled off the starting line and now backing up. Now. Not sure what happened there, but I said, nope, that was your run. Moving on to Matt Warner and John Tabak. John Tabak in the right lane. 1989 Chevy S10 365 LS powered pickup truck. John's got some help from Rad Torque Systems. Matt Warner in the left lane from Sumas in his 1966 Mercury. $399 Ford powered car. Tidy launch for both drivers. John cleanest off the line, 13th thou up front, 10.43 out back. 127 miles an hour for John. Matt Warner with a 10.43. Also at 124 miles an hour. Derek Johnstone in the 66 Impala. White convertible car with a red rag top lined up next to Rebecca Powell in their 1983 Blazer. That's a 383 powered Blazer. All right. Looks like Powell had a little bit of shifter troubles, but that Blazer's in gear and at the starting line and pre-staged and staged. 4 bulbs lit. 2 green lights. Derek Johnstone, cleanest off the line up front, 0.33 reaction time. Puts down a 13.57 at 83 miles an hour. Rebecca Powell with a 10.55 at a $1.24. Now Al Prock in that good-looking green 1970 Plymouth Cuda. Looking low and mean. Tidy off the line, 38th thou up front. 968 out back, 133 miles an hour. Jessica Armstrong now, lined up next to Pat Stewart. Jessica Armstrong in the 75 Dodge Dart, 318 powered car with Armstrong Family Racing. Pat Stewart in the 2026 Ford Mach-E. Pat Stewart going red at the starting line. Jessica Armstrong, 24th thou with a green light. Stewart, 13.31 at 101. Jessica Armstrong put down a 13.20 at 103 miles an hour. Brendan Piskacek In the right lane in the 1990 Ford GT Hatch Fox, 306 powered car. He's with Buick Racing and Motoring Canada with Thomas. Mark Ferguson in the left lane in the F-Body. 02 Firebird 346 Chevy power. He's here from Harrison Mills. That's what I'm talking about. Big old G-body burnout. Love to see it. Mark Ferguson, that last run in the Firebird, put down the fastest time, 12:67 at 1:07. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. G. Van Brar and Chris Stone, Super Pro final from yesterday. Come on down to the staging lanes. Chris Stone and G. Van Brar, Super Pro final. Come on down to the staging lanes 5 and 6. And Super Pro on standby. Super Pro on standby. Attention in the pits. So not only Super Pro ET on standby, but also motorcycles on standby. Standby motorcycles, standby Super Pro. Haley Christensen and Jan Christensen. In that last run, Haley putting down the quicker time, 11:97 at 112 mile an hour. Eric Hansen, 1970 Dodge. 360 powered unit in the left lane, 360 powered unit in the right lane. That's Veronica Hodgson's 1969 Dodge. Veronica's got some help from Lordco today. Eric Hansen, quickest off the line, 24 up front. And Hodgson getting there first with an 11:97 at $1:09. Eric Hansen, 12:06, 111 miles per hour. Attention pits, attention in the pits. We got our Super Pro final, so now we are looking for Super Pro ET qualifying 1. Come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes for your first round of qualifying. Dean Ormsby and Rob Getz now. Dean in the left lane, Rob in the right lane. Rob getting off the line quickest. 16 thou up front. Dean Ormsby getting to the end of the racetrack first. 12:15, 110 miles an hour. 17:66 at 77 miles an hour for Rob Getz in the Fox body. Mike Hutmacher out of Courtney. In his 2010 Camaro in the left lane, Jim Olson in the right lane out of Chase. Jim Olson in the 94 Mustang. 5-liter car. Well, it looks like we had a couple drips down on the track. Starting line crew, track crew just getting it cleaned up. All right, back to the sportsman class. We got Mike Hutmacher in the left lane in the 2010 Camaro. Jim Olson in the right lane in the 94 Mustang. Left lane, Mike Hutmacher. 85 up front, putting down an 1175, 119 miles an hour. Jim Olson, 1552 at 88 miles an hour. We got Tyler Smith in the right lane. Black on black, 68 Chevelle. Black Chevelle with the black steel wheels. Great looking car. Lined up next to Andrew Valley's luxury machine, the 65 Buick Riviera. Not often you see Rivieras going down the drag strip. 65 with those classic, timeless clamshell headlight grills. 455 powered car. 729 to the 8th. 1152 to the quarter. 114 miles an hour. Tyler Smith with an 1154 at $1.16. Steve Baskerville in the 79 Malibu, running on 1146 at 115. Travis Fries with a 1654 at 84 miles an hour. Kyle Fredrickson now in the square body. He's here from Duncan. That's a 1985 GMC. Single cab short box with a 408. Steve Watkins in the right lane in the C7 Corvette. 2017 Corvette goes red by 13 thou. Kyle Fredrickson clean off the line, 27 thou launch. And the square body gets there with a 1150, 114 miles an hour. Steve Watkins with an 1110 at a $125. Greg Dawson now, here from Quesnel, 1957 Pontiac, with that loud yellow paint job lined up next to Tyson Lowe, the third-gen Camaro. That's a 1984 350 powered car. 57 Pontiac's got a 454 under the hood. Little small block V, big block action. 4 bulbs lit. And only one green light for Tyson Lowe. Greg Dawson lighting up the cherry, leaving early by 38 thou. Tyson Lowe 47 thou up front. With a clean launch, putting down a 1227 at a $109. Greg Dawson 1225. Also 109 miles an hour. Taryn Monroe now, 1940 Ford pickup. Sweet little silvery blue truck in the left lane. Lined up next to Josh Klosky, here from Quesnel in the 1990 Blazer. 6-liter LS square body, first-gen Blazer. Or not first-gen Blazer, but first-gen of the S10 square-shaped Blazer. The small, probably the smallest Blazer that ever came out. Putting down an 1155 at a $103. Taryn Monroe with a 1270 at a $109. Sean Langley now for a solo run. Sean Langley, 1969 Ford Mustang. Car number 428 with a 428 under the hood. Breaking the pre-stage beams and the staged beams. .068 reaction time up front, 1159 at the big end, 115 miles an hour. Ryan Ledrette now in the right lane, 2016 Challenger, 6.4 liter. V8 under the hood of that car. Left lane, Sylvia Hoogston's driving baby blue, her 1966 Ford 347 powered car. Sylvia clean off the line. Ryan Ledrette going red. Sylvia stopping the timer, 12:02 at 111 miles per hour. 2016 Challenger runs a 12:57 at a $112. And that'll do it for Sportsman Q1. In today's competition, and that brings us back in time to yesterday's competition. G. Van Brar and Chris Stone for the Super Pro Final. G. Van Brar in the right lane, Chris Stone in the left lane. Chris Stone in the left lane, Willowbrook Motors, Lordco, BG Wagon Master, and Mopac. Lined up next to the dragster of G. Van Brar, 2016 undercover dragster, powered by a 615 Sunset. 864 in the left lane, 736 up on the board in the right lane. Chris Stone leaving first. And a fantastic reaction time by G. Van Brar, but it's not good enough. Chris Stone, 869 at 156 miles an hour. G. Van Brar got off the line with a 4th thou leave, but ran a 759 on his 736 dial. Chris Stone, yesterday's champ for Super Pro. G. Van, the runner-up for yesterday's Super Pro final. And with that, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, come on down to the staging lanes. Motorcycle, come on down for Q1. And Hot Rod, you're on standby. So motorcycle to the staging lanes for your first round of qualifying. Hot Rod on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. So motorcycles, come on down to lane number 6. Motorcycles, we're putting you guys in lane 6 for your first round of qualifying. And now, Q1 in today's competition for Super Pro. We got John Jenkins in the right lane, Martin Rochelle in the left lane in the 78 Malibu. John Jenkins with a 10.08 at 131 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle, hot off the tree, 15th thou up front, 10.89 at 128 miles an hour. Colton Morin in the left lane in his dragster. It's a 2007 Race Tech dragster. Lined up next to Daniel Rodriguez in his 2008 TNT dragster. 615 powered car on the left, 615 powered car on the right. Rodrigue clean off the line. Morin going red by 9 thou. Rodrigue putting down a 714 at 184 miles an hour. Colton Morin with a 763 at a $174. Giovanni Aliperti from Victoria, 1986 Chevy S10 the left lane. 454 powered truck with extreme caliber performance. Ted Buss in the right lane in a 34 Ford 427 Chevy powered unit. Ted Buss from Shawnigan Lake, driving with Shawnigan Trucking. Quickest off the line too, 39 thou up front, 906 out back, 144 miles an hour. Giovanni putting down an 890 at 153 miles an hour. Mike Robinson, that last run of the 916 at 142 miles an hour. Steve Thorne now in his Belvedere. He's here from Kelowna. It's a 1964 Belvedere, 588 powered car. Looked like the trans brake didn't want to hold the car there. Rolled through the beams. Belvedere ran a 972 at 155 miles an hour. Ron Fawcett now. The 23 Model T. The slightly altered car. 565 Chevy power in that unit. He's driving with straight line race cars. Dragster in the right lane. On a rip. 706 at a $1.89. Ron Fawcett with an 891 at 166 mile an hour. Jim Benke now in the 67 Plymouth. 440 Mopar powered car. Lined up next to Mike Bucky Stewart driving the Chiclet. Mike Stewart with Bucky's Mini Excavating and Slick Works goes red. Jim Benke with Rad Torque Systems in the left lane. Clean launch, 15 thou up front. Benke, 1002, 132 miles an hour. Mike Stewart, 1003 at a $1.31. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, come on down to the staging lanes. Staging lanes. Hot Rod, come on down to the staging lanes. And Top Comp, you're on standby. So pits, that is hot rods to the staging lanes. We need hot rods to the staging lanes, and that was the Top Comp final from yesterday's race. So Saturday race final, Top Comp, come on down. No, sorry, you were on standby. So yesterday's finalists, you guys are on standby, so get ready to come on down. Jeremy Soares in the 01 Cameron Dragster. 584 big block powered car in the left lane. Brad Powell in the right lane in his 2010 TNT Dragster. Brad Powell clean launch. 20 thou at the starting line. 725, 183 miles an hour. Jeremy Soares turning it red by 3 thou. 734 at 180 miles an hour. Derek Shirk and Brandon Thomas now. Thomas in the right lane. 2021 Miller Dragster, powered by an Oakley 632. Derek Shirk in the left lane. 2022 Mullis Chassis Dragster. He's got a 582 thumping away behind his cage. Shirk a little late off the line. Brandon Thomas with a clean launch. 11th thou up front, putting down a 680 at 199 miles per hour, rather. Big difference there. Derek Shirk with a 764 at 175 miles an hour. Greg Dowdy in the right lane. 2012 MTM Dragster. He's driving with rad torque systems. Hayden James in the left lane, here from Cartersville, Georgia. 2002 Cameron Dragster. 565 powered unit. Hayden James. 700 at 186 mile an hour. Under a second to the 60 foot. 56 thou off the starting line. Greg Dowdy turns it red by 3 thou, puts down an 805 at 163 miles an hour. Brody Soares in the left lane. 2003 Chevy Cavalier. Lined up next to Lorenz Schwartz in his 83 Monte Carlo Supersport. Schwartz in the G-body, driving with Taves Roofing Johnson's custom exhaust and LS Gutter Tech. Lorenz Schwartz leaving ahead of schedule by 4 thou. Brody Soares, something happened at the starting line. 778, 179 miles an hour in the left lane. 1008 by Lorenz Schwartz in the right lane. And that's a wrap for qualifying round number 1 for Super Pro. Moving on to round 1 for motorcycle. First bike at the starting line, that's Wild Bill. Crunchy start to Wild Bill's run. Looked like a bit of a hard clutch stump there for Wild Bill. Good reaction time off the line. 19 thou when the light went green, but something went on with his bike. He's stopped at the 8th mile right now. And it looks like his bike's going, pulling off the track under its own power. And Isaac Hazelton getting that back tire nice and warm. 1997 Suzuki 600 powered bike. Anna Donaldson in the left lane from 150 Mile, BC on her 07 Yamaha R6. Anna Donaldson, leaving 7th thou ahead of schedule. Isaac Hazelton, reaction time starting with a 1, puts down an 11:27 at a $1:21. Anna, 11:44 at 125 miles an hour. Al Omond and Bob Ward. Omond in the left lane on the 2017 ZRX 1428 powered bike. Bob Ward in the right lane on his 2002 Kawasaki 900cc unit there. Bob Ward, 41 thou on the wrong side of the starting line. Al Oman, 32 thou up front. 889, 144 miles an hour on that pass. Bob Ward with a 1070 at a $1:27. Corey Craig on the Hayabusa that he calls Black Lightning. That's a 1300 turbo powered bike in the left lane. Right lane, Kevin Brennan. Both of these riders are here from Chilliwack. Kevin Brennan is piloting a 2020 Suzuki GSX-R, and that thing's powered by a 1500. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top comp final. Top comp final. We're going to put you guys in lanes 5 and 6. Come on down to staging lanes 5 and 6. Top comp, yesterday's finalists. And super combo, you guys are on standby. So top comp finalists from yesterday. Come on down to staging lanes 5 and 6. Super combo Q1 on standby. Miles Hauer now in the left lane. Daryl Storzik in the right lane. The Leak Pro Suzuki. Miles Hauer with a clean launch. 24 up front. Puts down to 822 at 155 miles an hour. Daryl Storzik on the Suzuki runs a 873 at 149. And that takes us on to Hot Rod Qualifying Session number 1. Brought to you by the Old Car Center. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, this is your 20-minute standby. 20 minutes standby for door slammers. Walter Johnson first off the line, and he puts down an 11:05 at 120 miles an hour. 11:62 at a $1:17 for Terry Hoogstens. Rob Monroe now in the 31 Ford Hot Rod. Lined up next to the altered car of Jamie Wellwood. That's a 32 Bantam. Jamie Wellwood's getting some help today from TNT Auto Parts. Rob Monroe representing White Knuckle Racing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super combo. This is your lane call to 3 and 4. Super combo. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4 for your first round of qualifying. Super shifters from yesterday's final, you're on standby. Rob Monroe goes red by 7th thou, but a great looking launch. Wheels up launch for the hot rod. Clean looking run. 854 at 155 miles an hour. I was making a lane call, so I missed what happened with Jamie Wellwood's car. Veronica Hodgson and Dustin Hunter. 69 Dodge in the left lane, 64 Ford in the right lane. Ford leaving, 3 thou ahead of schedule. Veronica Hodgson with a clean launch, 31 thou up front, 1186 out back, 109 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter with a 897 at 151 miles an hour. Moving on to Rob Hodgson now, 67 Plymouth. 440 powered car in the left lane. Dennis Winton in the right lane, 1966 Bel Air. Rob Hodgson getting there first. 10:58, 124 miles an hour. 10:65 and 127 for Dennis Winton. Troy Scartwood in the left lane. From Snohomish, Washington. 1969 Camaro, 454 powered silver car in the tower lane. Lined up next to the 1967 Camaro. 632 big block powered car of Blake Miller. Troy with the quickest reaction time, 26th thou off the starting line. Blake Miller with a 8:39 at 161 miles an hour. Troy putting down a 10:19 at a $1.27. Ken Hogue now in the purple 64 Plymouth in the left lane, lined up next to Dave Carman, 1965 Mercury, 427 Ford powered car in the right lane. Ken Hogue's here from Langley. Dave Carman from Lake Stevens, Washington. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp finalists, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Let's get your race finished up from yesterday. Top comp finalists, lanes 5 and 6. Jerry Brabander, tidy off the line, 24th thou off the starting line. Puts down a 1066 at 123 miles an hour. Sean Langley, 55th thou off the starting line, 1161 at a $1.15. And Andy Klosky now, 1965 Chevelle, 406 powered car. The strip teaser is in the tower lane. Andy Klosky was the runner-up for Pro ET and the runner-up for Hot Rod class from yesterday's race. And a wheels-up launch for the last car in Hot Rod class qualifying round 1. Taking a quick little break now for some track prep. Then we'll be moving on to the top comp final from Saturday's race, yesterday's race. And after the top comp final, we'll be moving into the super combo qualifying round 1 for today's race. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Shifters Final. The Saturday race final. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Super Shifter finalists from yesterday's race. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. That's Super Shifters. That's Super Shifters for the qualifying round 1 in lanes 1 and 2 for today's race. And we should have the Super Shifters for yesterday's race's final in lanes 5 and 6. All right. Now this pair we had on the track last night, ready to run. And then the weather disagreed with the idea of having these cars run their final last night. So here they are again. Today for the final of Top Comp. Brought to you by Bubba's Speed. Top Comp final. Scott Robinson in the left lane out of Chilliwack in his 94 Beretta. Black and red car with rad torque systems on the door. Brandon Thomas in the right lane. 2021 Miller Dragster. Oakley 632 powered car. He's here from Georgia. 941 on the TCS board. 491 on the TCS board. 435 on Brandon Thomas's board. Brain decided to rearrange those numbers for a second there. And here we go for the final. Both cars fully staged. We got one green light, two green lights. And Brandon Thomas takes the win on that one. 440 to the 8th mile, 146 miles an hour, 9 thou up front. Scott Robinson runs a 496 at 141 miles an hour on his 491 dial. So Brandon Thomas, yesterday's top comp winner. Scott Robinson, yesterday's runner-up. James Cowie in the right lane, kicking us off for the first run for the Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Qualifying session number 1. .890 dragster. Leaving 48 thou ahead of schedule. Putting down an 894 at 182 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle in the left lane. 78 Malibu lined up next to John Lackey in the right lane. With Lackey Racing, 1966 Acadian, 355 Chevy powered car, 468 powered G-body in the left lane. Couple of 1090 cars here. Martin Rochelle, nice and tidy off the line. 10 thou up front. John Lackey getting there first. 1087, 120 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle stopping the timer at 1090 on the button at 127 miles an hour. Dan Parsons now in the left lane. Adventure Dan. 1970 Duster. Lined up next to Warren Jacobson in the right lane in his 67 Chevy 2. Good launch for both drivers. Warren Jacobson a little better off the button. 11th thou up front, 1092 out back, 139 miles an hour. Dan Parsons putting down a 1091 at $130. Sylvia Hoogston's now pulling up in EP. This 66 Ford Fastback Mustang in the left lane. 572 powered car lined up next to Herman Chan's 1967 Camaro. That Camaro is powered by a 468 And Herman Chan was last night's Super Combo winner. Herman Chan with a clean leave, 21 thou. Sylvia Hoogstens leaves red by 22 thou. Herman Chan putting down a 10.75 at 130 miles an hour, and that race probably looked pretty sweet from the finish line as the difference between those two cars was 2/10,000ths of a second. Steve Veach now in the Duster in the left lane. 416 small block powered car. He's here out of Courtney. Turns it red by 6 thou. Dean Peterson in the Mustang in the right lane. That crazy looking green Mustang Roadster putting down a 994 at 164 miles an hour. Steve Veach ran a 1089 at a $125. And that takes us to the end of the first round of qualifying for Super Combo. It looks like we're going to be moving on to the Super Shifters final from yesterday's race. And I see Super Shifters in staging lanes 1 and 2 ready for the Q1 qualifying round 1 for today's race. So the Super Shifters final coming up is the final from yesterday. Yesterday's final. And then we will be business as usual for the rest of the day today. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Door slammers, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow will be in 5 and 6. So door slammers, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow is going to be in lanes 5 and 6. Scott Nation in the right lane, 70th birthday today in the final round for Super Shifters from yesterday's race. Lined up next to Pat Byron out of Washington. Both these drivers from Washington. Pat Byron's in the 72 Chevy Nova in the left lane. 857 up on his board. 922 up on Scott Nation's board.
So this is kind of a cool final round, as these are two guys who used to be pretty much regulars here at Mission Raceway Park, part of the BC Super Shifters Association, but we haven't seen them in quite some time. So how about that? Pat Byron gets it done. 871 on the 857 dial, gets the job done. He gets to the stripe first by 53 thou. Scott Nation was a little bit tardy on the starting line. We'll just leave it at that. Pat Byron was ready to go, very solid with an 0.28 reaction time, but that was good for the win. Once again, happy 70th birthday to Scott Nation. So we have made the call for Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers. Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers, we need you now. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for Canada West Door Slammers. Once 3 and 4 are full, we'll use 5 and 6 for the overflow. Canada West Door Slammers, come on down to 3 and 4, please. Joel Smith and John Eastburn rowing through the gears. Eastburn leads the way down the right-hand side of the racetrack. Very cool 62 Bel Air. Goes 963, 138 miles an hour. That's not exactly a lightweight car. Extreme drivetrain testing taking place right now. Jamie Roth and Bob Love. Right-hand lane. Turns it red once again, but he's getting closer. He was just 5 thou red this time. To the top end first. Puts an 895 up on the reader board. Jamie Roth, 999. Now Rich Graves and Kevin McDonald. Kevin McDonald, 68 fastback Torino over there in the right-hand lane. Cool car. How about a 10 light for Rich Graves? McDonald leads the way, gets to the top end first, 10:18 to an 11:49. Now Dave Carman and Scott Winterbottom. Little 63 Chevy 2 in the right-hand lane. Wow. Scott Winterbottom. I'm not sure if he could have still slid a piece of paper between his passenger side door handle and that wall, but man, that was close. That little car has always done this, these wild 3-wheel launches, so to speak. It's always a bit of an event watching that car leave the starting line. Like I said, if you were to make up a poster board of what your car should not look like leaving the starting line, fortunately for Winterbottom, he kept it off the wall, and he'll be back for qualifier number 2. So that was the Elder Winterbottom, 899 for Keith. Right-hand lane, 150 miles an hour. Will Zorick, the other 62 Bel Air, 111.09 and 122. Love watching this pickup truck in the right lane. Dan Gray does things a little differently. As far as drag race vehicles go, that is a heavyweight over there in the right lane, no doubt about it. Just how hard can you beat on a U-joint? Well, that hard.
I'd like to see the view from inside of that truck, because I'm fairly certain his shifter is probably like 2 feet tall, you know?
Scrapes the hoodliner, or headliner rather. Couple of fast cars coming up now. Keith Armstrong, right lane behind the wheel of his Camaro. Grant Clone, tower side behind the wheel of the Fairlane. Just love the way that car works. Clone puts an 851 on the reader board, was doing 155 miles an hour. Keith Armstrong was 841, a little quicker, but he left second.
Pat Byron. Pat Byron.
Now Dave McRitchie, 1992 Lumina, right-hand side of the racetrack. Well, that didn't sound right.
Hanging onto that gear.
So that's going to leave us with just door slammers. Their one and only qualifier of the day coming up.
Every time I look at that picture, the popcorn's just all over the interior. I'm like, oh,
It was so good. It was such good popcorn.
it was so disappointing.
So we'll give a standby call to our juniors. So here we go. Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers. Qualifying round number 3. First pair looks like this. It's Jay Severston and Jason Field. Jason Field. The nice long burnout over there in the right lane behind the wheel of the Green Light Auto Financing 71 Chevelle. 632 cubic inches, a couple of stages of nitrous. You just saw the final purge. He's got bottle pressure where he wants it. Severston behind the wheel, the pick-me-up truck. Field puts 7:04 on the reader board, 191 miles an hour. Kerry Young went 8:37, 159 miles an hour left-hand side. Ken Christensen in the full-size Chevy pickup truck went 8:28. Now Poe Freeborn and Mike Bedsworth. A couple of silver cars. Bedsworth, the 1996 Cutlass. Pro stock style looking car. Poe Freeborn in the stretched out Shelby. Bedsworth turns it 2,000 red, then goes 7:06. Poe Freeborn hangs with him. Puts a 7:13 on the reader board. So far, Rod Leclerc is number 1. We have not seen him run yet this morning. The only 6-second car in the field so far at 6:72, Jason Field. 7:04, he's number 2. Mike Bedsworth, number 3 with a 7:06. Poe Freeborn went a little quicker yesterday, 7:12. Craig Fredrickson also with a 7:12, rounding out the top 5 so far. Ray Rusiani in the right-hand lane goes 8:24. Andy Hatton right beside him was 8:22. So, attention in the pits. Juniors, this is your call, the staging lanes. We need juniors to the lanes, please. We're gonna put Junior Street in 5 and 6. Thunder, you can come on down to lane number 1, and Lightning to lane number 2. So trouble for Craig Fredrickson. Did the burnout. And not able to get the car backed up. Not sure if he's having a transmission issue or seen the car kind of bounce in and out of gear twice, but they're trying to push it back and it won't go.
That's all I noticed. Thank you.
So I do believe they have shut Craig off. Not quite able to determine, so it's rolling forward. Still haven't gone a full revolution yet. Of the rear end, that is. Seemed like the car would go into reverse, but only move a couple of inches and then just stop dead. So did not go Craig's way. So he's going to take a slow drive up the racetrack, get himself off and out of the way. So we have called juniors to the lanes. Juniors, come on down for what will be your second and final round of time trials. Jr. The 66 Valiant, right-hand lane, 844, 160 miles an hour. So that was 844 with a 9. Paul Debris Jr. already had gone 844 with a 4. So his position on the qualifying sheet will remain unchanged. Now Peter Lacanis and Mark Thompson. Mark Thompson in the right lane, 1954 Studebaker. Lining up beside a 1955 Chevy Bel Air. Mark Thompson gets out to, well, before half track and gets off the gas. Not sure what happened out there. Peter Lacanis makes a full pull, 764, 175 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Henry Zacharias over here in the tower lane. He's going to line up beside Darren Buick. So you'd think a guy by the name of Darren Buick might be racing a Buick, but life is not that simple.
Henry Zacharias putting down a 764 out of buck 75. 15th thou off the tree. Darren Buick shut her down after the launch. Coasted across the finish line to a 15.3 at 67 miles an hour. Brian Ritchie now in the 68 Chevelle from Poco with Ritchie Racing Engines, lined up next to Brody Soares in the 03 Cavalier. 632 pair up, both cars of the 632. Two green lights, 31 up front for Brody Soares, and he puts down a 775 at 179 miles an hour. Brian Ritchie running a 786 at a buck 71. And after Brody Soares' 03 Cavalier run, we got an 05 Cavalier in the left lane and an 02 Cavalier in the right lane.
Well, looks like a tough break for Otto Schulte. Getting pushed back after the burnout. Hopefully it'll be something he can get taken care of before we roll into round one of eliminations. So Paul Stretch out there all by himself. 16 on the tree, 717 at the finish line. So we've got quite a number of golf carts up here in front of the tower. If there are any of those golf carts that don't absolutely need to be there, we need them moved, obviously. But we also need to tighten things up a little bit. We got big gaps up at the front of the line, and that's making the end of the line be way further back than it should be. So again, if you've got a golf cart up there that doesn't need to be there, please get that moved. And if it does need to be there, well, let's make sure we're not wasting any space. Let's tighten it up.
23 is the golf cart count right now. Got a bit of a golf cart show and shine going on. So if it's not necessary to be there, please don't have your golf cart parked there.
So both drivers a little tardy on the starting line, to say the least. Dale Phillips gets to the finish line first, 7:44 to an 8:27. No, there's a couple more. Here comes our number one qualifier, Rod Leclerc. Chad Hops over there in the right-hand lane, leaving absolutely no doubt about whether or not there's some heat in those rear tires. Doing a fine job of lighting them up. So Chad Hops in the right-hand lane, our number 1 qualifier, Rod Leclerc in the left. Nitrous combo. Left side, Rod Leclerc, just 598 cubic inches. But loves feeding the nitrous to it. So Leclerc moving around a little bit early, and I'm going to say that hurt the run. 60-foot looked good. He was 1 second flat. It's a good number for that car, I do believe. But then had to do some steering between there and half track, and I think that woed him up a little bit. Went 680. He's already on the board with a 672. Chad Hops went 795, doing 172 miles an hour at the finish. Steve Lowe and Scott Robinson. Robinson, runner-up in top comp yesterday.
Starting us off for Junior Street, Jackson Dew in the left lane, 2013 Chevy. The red SUV lined up next to Lyndon Reynolds' 1998 Acura Integra. Lyndon Reynolds, hotter off the line, 15. Oh, not 15 thou. Reaction time starting with the 1, actually, but he was still quickest off the line. 11:10. 65 miles an hour to the 8th, 11:35 and 62 miles an hour for Jackson Dew. James McNeil now in the 2000 Mustang in the left lane. James McNeil lined up next to Josephine Smith in the 07 Silverado with Zapstrap Racing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro on standby. Pro class, this is your standby call. James McNeil putting down a 934. James was yesterday's runner-up in Junior Street class. 75 mile per hour run there. Josephine Smith with a 978 at 71 miles per hour. Jimmy Vandenberg now in the 1990 Pontiac in the left lane. That Firebird's lined up next to Shelby McNeil in the 2010 Nissan Pathfinder. Shelby McNeil was yesterday's winner with Junior Street, leaving 17 thou on the wrong side of the starting line. Runs a 992 at 69 miles an hour. Jimmy Vandenberg with a clean launch off the line, 922 at 73 miles an hour. We got cash in the SN 95 94 Mustang GT. Convertible car in the tower lane lined up next to Jenna Monroe's 2008 Chevy Tahoe. Jenna Monroe with A&M Marketing, Winter Harbor Marina, and RV. Cash putting down a 10-0 at 69 miles an hour. Jenna Monroe, the 1072 at 66. Douglas Kvass now in the left lane. The front-wheel drive 87 Chrysler Woody. Lined up next to Tony's hatchback Fox Body Mustang. I just got Tony, no last name, but Tony's driving with Stay Tuned Auto Repair. Douglas Kvass getting off the starting line quickest. 49 thou reaction time. Putting down a 1260 at 56 miles an hour. Tony with an 1135 at 61. Now we have Sierra in the left lane, 2025 Ford Bronco, lined up next to Owen Harvey in his Denside Ford. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Sportsman, you're on standby. Sportsman standby, Pro to the staging lanes. Clean launch for both drivers. Sierra, quickest off the tree, 71 thou reaction time, puts down a 996 to the 8th, 71 miles an hour. Owen Harvey with a 1021 at 69 miles an hour. And now Nick Bond in the 2026 Porsche. The white car in the left lane, driving with JBS equipment, lined up next to Hunter Gallant in the right lane. 2025 Ford Escape with BDL Auto, Lordco Racing, Crystal DeJager, Mulder Trucking, and Lori Peterson. Nick Bond turning it red by 5 thou, putting down to 881 at 74 miles an hour. Hunter Gallant, clean run, 1065 at 65 miles an hour. And that's a wrap for Junior Street. Qualifying round 2. Moving on to qualifying round 2 for Junior Thunder. While we wait for the first pair of junior dragsters to show up for their qualifying round 2, or not to show up, they're already here, but while we wait for them to pull onto the drag strip, just wanted to give a quick shout out to JBS Equipment, the title sponsor of our ET Bracket Series here at Mission Raceway. JBS Equipment, Canadian agricultural equipment manufacturer, founded in the early 2000s. Operating from a 60,000 square foot facility with its main headquarters and fabrication plant in Mission, they've grown through a dealer network across Canada, the US, and even Australia. Built tough right here in Mission, JBS equipment has become a global name in heavy-duty farm machinery, with Fraser Valley-built spreaders, trailers, and baggers working fields all across North America and beyond. And back to drag racing. Cadence Rodrigue in the left lane. Here from Chilliwack, Cadence piloting her 2006 Creative Junior Dragster. Pearson Mass in the right lane. And his 07 Martin. Pearson driving with New Elevation Civil Construction. Cadence Rodrigue with AMSOIL. Ken's Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines, Ernie's Speed and Customs, and Dave and Trudy. Cadence Rodrigue leaves 34th thou on the wrong side of the starting line. Pearson Mass, clean launch with a green light. 29th thou up front. 1186 out back, 53 miles an hour. Cadence Rodrigue putting down an 895 at 73 miles an hour. Owen Armstrong in the left lane. In the black car, driving with Fountain Tire Chilliwack, DRI Racing, and Lordco. Danica Harder in the right lane, piloting her 2006 Creative Junior Dragster. Owen's in an 04 Creative. Danica's driving with Anderson A1 Auto House and Elevation Real Estate. Danica leaving a little early. Owen Armstrong, 32 thou. 1207 left lane, 52 miles an hour. Danica with a 1205, also 52 miles an hour. Moving on to Dallas Jackson in the left lane. 2008 RPC Junior Dragster driving with TKO and Cascade Capital. Lined up next to Alex Green, yesterday's Junior Thunder winner, driving with True North Mechanical. Alex Green, 81 up front, 898, 73 miles an hour. Dallas Jackson, 49 up front, with an 1192 at 52 miles an hour. Grayson Mass with New Elevation Civil Construction in the left lane. Lined up next to Nate Green with True North Mechanical. Nate Green getting there first. 889, 71 miles an hour. Grayson Mass with an 896, also 71 miles an hour. Paige Barlow now in the left lane. Black car with the real flames. Paige Barlow driving with Dead Man Racing and Jack Green in the right lane. Jack Green representing True North Mechanical. Just like his other two brothers, also junior dragster racers. .056 reaction time for Paige Barlow. 10:50 at 61 miles an hour. 12:50 at 50 miles an hour for Jack Green. Which brings us to Wesley Armstrong in the tower lane. Fountain Tire on the side of his car, representing Fountain Tire Chilliwack and Badass Garage. In the right lane, we have Kiera Harder. In the flamed out junior dragster, driving with Anderson A1 Auto House and Elevation Real Estate. Kiera Harder turning it red. Wesley Armstrong tidy off the line. 49 thou up front. 888 with an 8. 8th mile ET. That looks like a lucky number. 4 8s in a row. Moving on to Jackson Cowie now. 2020 Huddleston Junior Dragster in the left lane, driving with Mundy's Towing. Ashton Katnick in the right lane. Ashton Katnick, yesterday's Junior Thunder runner-up. Driving with Lordco and TK Performance. Ashton Katnick eager to get to the end of the racetrack here. Leaving 16th thou early. Jackson Cowie with a tidy leave, but runs a 15:18 at 41 miles an hour. Ashton Katnick with an 8:96 at 73 miles an hour. Nash Gallant in the right lane. For a solo run, driving with BDL Auto, Lordco Racing, Crystal DeJager, Mulder Trucking. He's in a 2012 Mike Boss Chassis Junior Dragster. And here from Chilliwack. Nash Gallant, leaving 20th thou early, put down a 9:02 at 72 miles an hour. Noah Aliperti now, out of Victoria, 2016 Huddleston Chassis Junior Dragster, driving with extreme caliber performance. And this little fella is 5 years old. So this little guy, Noah, is 5 years old, making a pass down the drag strip. Stopping the timer at the 8th mile with 14.79 at 44 miles an hour. Love to see it. Connor Jackson and Koka Kowalski in the burnout box. Koka Kowalski in the right lane, driving with DeKalb Ventures. Connor Jackson in the left lane, piloting a 2014 Mike Boss Chassis Junior Dragster with TKO Hot Rods, AMSOIL, and Rodrigue Family Racing, Fitness Lab, and Lordco. Koka Kowalski with almost a perfect tree. 001. 001 tree for Koka Kowalski, putting down a 793 at 82 miles an hour. Connor Jackson turning it red by 13 thou, running a 790 at 81 miles an hour. Isabella Marshall now, here from Vernon, driving with Canco and De Silva Auto World in the left lane, lined up next to Bentley Johnson in the right lane. Bentley Johnson with Rodrigue Family Racing. And a pair of Mike Boss Junior Dragsters, 2016 in the left lane, 2025 in the right lane. Isabella Marshall with the quickest launch, 46 thou up front, 804 at 82 miles an hour. Bentley Johnson putting down a 796 at 81 miles an hour. April Bond making sure those tires are nice and cleaned off and sticky. 2017 Huddleston Junior Dragster, the hot pink JBS equipment machine in the left lane. Lined up next to the red candy and metal flake Junior Dragster of Adam Katnick in the right lane with Lordco and TK Performance. Adam Katnick with a 790 in the right lane, 81 miles an hour. April Bond with a 795, also 81 miles an hour. And we go from April Bond in the tower lane to Nick Bond in the tower lane. Nick Bond in the blue JBS equipment unit. Lined up next to Adeline Duda in the wild neon paint scheme 05 half scale junior dragster. Adeline Duda driving with KJL Holdings Performance World and Bumper to Bumper. Nick Bond, 794 at 82 miles an hour to the 8th. Adeline Duda with a 788 at 80 miles an hour. And that will do it for the junior program qualifying round 2. And was the last run of Junior Lightning. And now we are moving on to pros. The pro class cars coming out. Calvin Dirks and Dell Northgraves. Calvin Dirks in the Sugar Bear Firebird. It's a 1978 Firebird in the right lane. Powered by a 400 block. Dual fours and a big old Hillborn scoop sticking out of the hood. Lined up next to Dell Northgraves in the 77 Nova. 414 small block Chevy powered car. Here out of Pitt Meadows. Both cars launching those front tires off the ground. Calvin Dirks getting there first with a 10:29 at 132 miles an hour. Quickest off the line also, 32 thou up front. Del Northgraves, reaction time started with a 2, put down a 10:21 at 129 miles an hour. Ralph Ellers now in the 91 Mustang in the left lane. Mike Render in the right lane. Mike Render was the Pro ET winner of yesterday's race that was finished off this morning. Notchback Mustang getting there first. 10:63, 125 miles an hour. Mike Render puts down a 10:72 at a $122. Jeff Nyland now in the extended cab, 85 Chevy S10. 355 sitting underneath that cowl induction hood. He's driving with J&K Speed Shop, Curtis Tire, and Scotty's Performance Cycle. Lined up next to the beautiful 1970 Plymouth Cuda of Al Prock. Al Prock getting off the line with an 040 reaction time, putting down a 986 at 129 miles an hour. Jeff Nyland with a 1069 at a $122. Chris Stone and Andy Klosky. 68 Dodge of Chris Stone in the left lane. Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors is who he's driving with today. Andy Klosky in this strip teaser, 1965 Chevy. Clean launch for Stone, 14 thou up front. Stopping the timer with a 967 is Andy Klosky with 135 mile per hour. In that run, Chris Stone with a 1017 at a $128. Brendan Piskacek now in his 1990 Ford hatchback Fox body with the GT body kit on it. Lined up next to Martin Lambert's 1979 Chevy Monza. Big wheels up launch for the Chevy Monza. Leaving a little bit early. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen to the staging lanes. Sportsmen, this is your call to the staging lanes for Q2. Super Pro, you are on standby. Piskacek in the 1990 Ford puts down a 1325 at 101 miles an hour. Martin Lambert ran a 947 at a $141. Left a little early on that one though. Jim Stahl now in the 2000 Mustang. Lined up next to Sean Langley in the 69 Mustang. Jim Stahl with a fantastic launch. 002 tree. 2 thou off the starting line. 1076 at the finish line. 123 miles an hour. Sean Langley, 1161 quarter mile ET at a $115. Clean launch for Sean Langley too. 21 thou up front. Moving on to Harrison Ledger in the left lane. Second gen 94 Chevy S10. 383 stroker powered truck. Lined up next to Andrew Valley in his 65 Buick Riviera. 65 with the clamshell headlight covers. Buick 455 powered car, and he gets off the line quickest. 63 up front. 1163 out back. 113 miles an hour. Harrison Ledger putting down an 1177 at a $112. Ryan Ledrett now in the left lane in the 2016 Dodge Challenger. 6.4 liter engine in that thing. He's driving with Muffler Tech Auto. Lined up next to Dale Marquardt from Arlington, Washington. 1972 Chevy Vega hatchback car. $11.72 for the Vega at 116 miles an hour. $12.63 at a $110 for Ryan Ledrett. Dennis Winton now in the Lost in Time Bel Air, lined up next to John McLean in the Falk N Off Racing 1969 Ford Falcon. Bel Air's got a 427 small block Chevy under that hood. John McLean's got a 363 Ford out in the open air. John McLean leaves ahead of schedule early by 72 thou, putting down at 11:29 at 118 miles an hour. Dennis Winton left on time, 82 thou leave, 10:65 at 127 miles per hour. Rebecca Powell now in the left lane, the 1983 Blazer. Powell looks like still having some problems with his shifter. Dave Jung in the right lane. Dave Jung in the 96 Camaro, 350 powered car. And a car that is fun to watch leave the starting line. Big wheels up launch for Dave Jung. 13 at the tree, 1050 out back, 126 miles an hour. Rebecca Powell with a 1061 at a $123. Mal Patterson now in the Malfunction car, 1968 Acadian, 427 big block powered car with Albion Tireland Maple Ridge Valvoline Express Care, who he's representing today, lined up next to Matt Warner out of Sumas in the 1966 Mercury. Also a car I love to see leave the line. Couple wheels up launches. Matt Warner, 67 off the starting line. Mal Patterson with a 009 reaction time. Clean leave for the Malfunction car. Puts down a 1027 at 130 miles an hour. Matt Warner with a 1046 at a $124. Lorenz Schwartz now. Super Sport 1983 Monte Carlo with Taves Roofing and Johnson's Custom Exhaust, lined up next to Ray Bollinger's 1963 Pontiac. Monte Carlo, cleaner off the line, 028 reaction time. Crossing the finish line with a 10:08 at 132 miles per hour. Ray Bollinger putting down a 10:56 at a $124. Derek Johnstone in the Ragtop 66. White 66 Chevy Impala with the red ragtop, lined up next to Troy Scartwood and his 69 Camaro. Derek Johnstone, 67 up front. Troy reaction time starting with the 1, but he puts down a 1026 at 126 miles an hour. Johnstone with a 1351 at 85 miles per hour. Sean Ernest, 84 Chevy S10 blue pickup truck in the left lane, lined up next to Rick McKinney, 96 Chevy Camaro powered by a 305. And Rick McKinney, almost a perfect light. 001 reaction time. Rick McKinney crossing the stripe at 10:35, 127 miles an hour. Sean Ernest stopping the timer at 11:12 at $1.18. John Tabak now in the left lane, 1989 Chevy S10. Got some help from Rad Torque Systems. Lined up next to Craig Johnson. And it says 79 Malibu, but that is a Cutlass. Definitely a Cutlass, and definitely, I'm going to guess, a 83 T-top car. BC scale and Johnson's custom exhaust. John with the better tree, 28 thou up front, 1043 out back, 127 miles per hour. 1157 for Craig Johnson, 114 miles an hour. Rich Dice now, 1973 Nova, 6-liter LS powered car in the right lane, driving with Transporters Logistics. Heather Hornall in the left lane. 1978 Fairmont wagon. Both cars turning it red. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to the staging lanes, Super Pro to the staging lanes. Standby motorcycle. Super Pro, come on down for Q2. Motorcycle, you're on standby. Starting us off with Sportsman, Pat Stewart in the left lane, Brendan Piskacek in the right lane. Pat Stewart with a better reaction time, 023 light. Puts down a 13:20 at 101 miles an hour. Piskacek with a 13:27 at 101 miles an hour also. Jan Christensen and Haley Christensen now. The father in the left lane, 2009 Cadillac CTS. The daughter in the right lane, 1967 Chevrolet C10. Daughter leaving early, dad leaving late. Haley Christensen putting down a 12:01 at 111 miles per hour. Jan with a 15:32 at 87 miles an hour. Tyler Smith and Steve Baskerville now. Baskerville in the right lane, 1979 Chevy Malibu. Lined up next to Tyler Smith's 1968 Chevelle. Right lane gets there first. Steve Baskerville, 11:49, 115 miles an hour. Tyler Smith putting down an 11:58 at $1.16. Kyle Fredrickson now. We got a pickup V pickup truck match. Kyle's here from Duncan, 1985 GMC square body pickup truck lined up next to Taryn Monroe in the 1940 Ford pickup. $31 thou reaction time for Kyle Fredrickson, and he puts down an 11:65 at $1.06. Taryn Monroe with a 12:82 at 109 miles an hour. Pulling up to the staging beams now, Baby Blue, the 1966 Ford Mustang, owned by Sylvia Hoogstens. Lined up next to Jessica Armstrong in the right lane in her 1975 Dodge Dart. 347 Ford Power in the left lane, 318 Dodge Power in the right lane. Both drivers go red. Sylvia Hoogstens with a perfect tree on the wrong side of the tree. 3 zeros and was 9/10,000ths of a second early from the starting light. 12:04 is her ET at $1:11. 13:21 for Jessica Armstrong at 103 miles an hour. Moving on to Rob Getz in the right lane. In the Fox Body hatchback Mustang, lined up next to Dean Ormsby. In the 94 F Body Firebird. And it looks like Dean Ormsby's got a problem with his car. Just a few little drips down on the track of some form of slippery substance by the sounds of it. Starting line crew doing a good job catching minor issues before they become big issues. Just getting those few drops cleaned up. And Ormsby's heading back to his pit to get that figured out. What was leaking from where and why. So Rob Getz in the Mustang will be pulling up for a solo pass in just a minute. Rob Getz down the track with a 1776 at 76 miles an hour. Tyson Lowe now in the 84 Camaro. Third gen in the left lane, right lane Travis Fries in the 2003 Cadillac sedan. Travis Fries with Buick Racing, Evans Excavating, and Big O Tire. Tyson Lowe with a clean launch off the line. Crossing the finish line, 12:22 at $1:09. Travis Fries stopping the timer at 15:96, 89 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson now in the left lane, 69 Dodge. Driving with Lord Coat. Lined up next to Eric Hansen in the 70 Dodge. 360 powered cars on both sides of the racetrack. $11.87. Veronica Hodgson in the left lane. 109 miles an hour. Eric Hansen in the right lane with a 12.12 at 110 miles an hour. We got Josh Klosky now lined up next to Sean Langley. Klosky in the left lane in the 1990 Blazer. 6-liter LS powered Blazer lined up next to Sean Langley's 428 powered 1969 Ford Mustang Mach 1. And the Mach 1, too anxious to get to the finish line, leaves early. Goes red by 20 thou. Josh Klosky, clean launch, 36 thou up front, 11:43 out back. 112 miles per hour, 11:62 and a $1.15 for Sean Langley in the Mustang. Mark Ferguson in the F body, Kevin McCauley in the G body. Mark Ferguson from Harrison Mills in the Firebird, Kevin McCauley in the 1983 Cutlass in the right lane. Bit of a sleepy start for both drivers. Kevin McCauley gets there first, stopping the timer at 11:67, 114 miles an hour. Mark Ferguson with a 12:75 at a $1.06, which brings us to Jack Stout in that little 1948 Austin. Super lightweight little car, 383 powered. Of course, it's a British car with the car number 007. Jim Olson in the right lane, car number 124 in the 94 Mustang, which is an SN95 5-liter flavor car. 4 bulbs lit up and a couple of green lights. Jack Stout popping the front tires off the ground. .1204, 111 miles an hour. Jim Olson in the right lane with a 1554 at 88 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, this is your call. For your second round of qualifying, come on down to lane number 6. Motorcycles to lane 6. Hot rod class, you're on standby. This round of sportsmen is Darren Martin out of New West in the 2005 GMC 4-door pickup truck. Right lane, Greg Dawson, that beautiful 57 Pontiac. Darren Martin, 33 up front. Greg Dawson, little sleepy at the starting line. Getting there first, though, with a 12:25 at 109 miles an hour. Darren Martin stopping the timer at 16:74 at 80 miles an hour. And Ryan Ledrette in the 2016 Dodge Challenger. 6.4-liter V8 under the hood of that car, lined up next to Mike Hutmacher. Here from Courtney, BC, 2010 Camaro. Deep stage in the left lane, and he goes red. Mike Hutmacher. Reaction time starting with the 1, but he gets down there with an 11:69, 119 miles an hour. Ryan Ledrette. Quarter mile ET 14:29 at a $1.07, which brings us to Andrew Valley, who's going to wrap up our sportsman class for qualifying round number 2. Andrew Valley in the 65 Buick Riviera. Buick 455 powered car. Here we go. Super Pro qualifying round 2. G. Van Brar starting us off on the second round of qualifying and the final round of qualifying for Super Pro today. 30 thou on the wrong side of the tree for G. Van Brar, putting down a 7:42 at 179 miles an hour. Logan Bell in the left lane. Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating lined up next to Colton Morin in his 07 Race Tech Dragster. Colton Morin with Morin Motorsports. Green lights for both cars, and Logan Bell got there first. 7:07, 188 miles an hour. Colton Morin with a 7:64 to $1.74. Ted Buss now out of Shawnigan Lake, driving with Shawnigan Trucking in that 1934 Ford flamed out hot rod. 427 Chevy powered car lined up next to Kevin McNichol. Kevin going red by 5 thou. Ted Buss clean off the line, 22 up front. Puts down a 903 at 142 miles an hour. 982 at $1.35 for Kevin McNichol. Couple white dragsters now. Daniel Rodrigue in the left lane. 2008 TNT dragster, and Lincoln Shirk is piloting the undercover dragster in the right lane. Rodrigue with a clean launch. 19 thou tree. Lincoln Shirk going red by 9 thou. Down to Rodrigue, stopping the timer first with a 7:17, 183 miles an hour. Lincoln Shirk with a 7:89 at $1.66. Justin Bond in the left lane now. Giovanni Alaperti in the right lane, out of Victoria, in the 86 Chevy S10. 454 small block Chevy under the hood of that S10, driving with extreme caliber performance. Justin Bond in the dragster, stopping the timer at 6:99, 187 miles per hour. 876 at $1.53 for Giovanni. And here comes trouble. Emma Debris Coos in the 1994 Victory dragster in the left lane. 469 big block Chevy powered. Driving with BD Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking Competition, Tree Service, Bowtie Ventures, and Straight Line Race Cars lined up next to the Tangerine Notchback of Jason Gibson in that 1991 Foxbot. Jason Gibson leaving 2 thou early. Emma Debris 37 up front, 852 out back. 155 miles per hour. Jason Gibson running a 957 at 145 miles an hour. Now we got Mike Stewart, Bucky in the Chiclet. 67 Chevy lined up next to Ron Fawcett in the 23 slightly altered Model T. Ron Fawcett with straight line race cars. Mike Stewart with Bucky's Mini Excavating and Slickworks YouTube channel. Ken's Specialty Auto and Gibson's Racing Trans. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo is on standby. Bucky cleaner off the line, 54 thou up front. Ron Fawcett getting there first in the altered car, 895 at 166 miles an hour. Mike Stewart putting down a 1006 at a $131. Mike Robinson and Jeff Alder in the Roadsters now. Left side of the track, 1927, driven by Mike Robinson. Jeff Alder's on the right side of the track, 1927 also. Jeff Alder has a 6 cubic inch advantage with his engine size. Mike Robinson getting there first with a 918, 141 miles an hour. Jeff Alder with a 1017 at a $125. Jim Benke now in the 67 Plymouth Barracuda. In the left lane, lined up next to Chris Stone in the right lane. Chris Stone with a killer launch, 006. 6 thou up front, 867 at the finish line at 158 miles an hour. Jim Benke stopped the timer with a 10:05 at a $132. Steve Thorne now in the left lane, the 64 Belvedere. Flat black Mopar lined up next to the Dragster, the 2001 Cameron Dragster driven by Jeremy Soares. Steve Thorne with a 4 cubic inch advantage in engine size. He's got a 588 sitting in front of him. Jeremy Soares has a 584 sitting behind him. Well, that 01 Cameron Dragster hooks and books. Launch off the line, 11th thou off the starting line, 108 60-foot time, 737 at 179 miles an hour. Steve Thorne, sleepy at the starting line, but put down a 870 at a $154. John Jenkins now, 1988 Chevy S10 pickup truck in the left lane, driving with West Coast Building and Mackenzie Racing. BNC Racing on the side of the 68 Chevy Camaro driven by Brad Vinci in the right lane. And Brad Vinci just got off the line with a 003 reaction time. 003 launch for the Camaro, stops the timer, 9:53, 151 miles an hour. John Jenkins, 10:09 at a $130. Brad Powell now in the left lane, 2010 TNT Dragster. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, this is your 15-minute standby for your first round of eliminations. Door slammers, 15 minutes. Brad Powell and Martin Rochelle. Martin Rochelle in the 78 Malibu in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super combo, this is your call to come on down to lanes 3 and 4. That's super combo. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Super shifters on standby. Brad Powell put down the quicker run in that race in the dragster, 7:27 at 182 miles an hour. Brandon Thomas in the 2021 Miller Dragster in the left lane. Greg Dowdy in the 2012 MTM Dragster in the right lane. Greg Dowdy, 008 off the starting line. Brandon Thomas, 61 up front, puts down a 698 at 193 miles an hour. Greg Dowdy with an 806 at a $162. Craig Johnson in the Cutlass. G-Body in the Tower Lane. Lined up next to Brody Soares in the 03 Cavalier. A G-Body and a J-Body. Johnson driving with BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. He's here out of Langley. Brody Soares is here from Terrace. Brody Soares. Stopping the timer, 7:73 at 179 miles an hour. Craig Johnson with an 11:58 at a $113. Lorenz Schwartz now lined up next to the dragster, driven by Aaron Young. 07 PSP dragster in the right lane. 83 Monte Carlo in the left lane. Lorenz Schwartz with Taves Roofing, Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Lorenz Schwartz, 1010, $132. Aaron Young with a 779 at 172 miles an hour. And that will take us to an end of elimination or qualifying round 2 for Super Pro. Moving on to motorcycle qualifying round 2. Bob Ward in the left lane. 2002 Kawasaki 900cc powered unit lined up next to Isaac Hazelton. 97 Suzuki 600cc unit in the right lane. Both riders going red. Bob Ward, the lesser offender. 1047, 129 miles an hour. Isaac Hazelton with an 1139 at a $121. Anna Donaldson in the left lane from 150 Mile, BC. 07 Yamaha R6. Al Omond in the right lane from Agassi on a 2017 ZRX. Al Omond leaving ahead of schedule, puts down a 898 at 142 miles an hour. Anna Donaldson stopping the clock at 11:43, 124. Corey Craig on Black Lightning, 1300 turbo powered Hayabusa, lined up next to Dwayne Stevens' 1300 2008 Hayabusa. Corey Craig in the left lane, Dwayne Stevens in the right lane. Corey Craig, 783 at $172 miles an hour. Dwayne Stevens with a 976 at 147. Daryl Storzik, 1986 Suzuki in the left lane. This is the Leak Pro Suzuki. He wants to say thanks to Mike Murphy Brown from Leak Pro, the world leader in automotive leaks, air leaks, and wind noise repair. Lined up next to Kevin Brennan in the right lane. 2020 Suzuki GSX-R, 1500 powered bike. Daryl Storzik, 002 Tree, solid launch. Kevin Brennan, 30 at the starting line, 801 at 168 miles an hour. Daryl Storzik stopping the timer with an 886 at $146. Wild Bill and Miles Hauer. Wild Bill in the tower lane. 1986 Kawasaki 1400cc bike with Wild Racing. Miles Hauer in the right lane. 1994 Suzuki 1570cc in that bike. And green light Wild Bill, red light Miles Hauer for our last run of motorcycle second round of qualifying. Miles Hauer getting to the end of the racetrack with an 832, 152 miles an hour. Wild Bill with a 912 at $107. And that takes us to hot rod class. Andy Klosky, our top qualifier right now. We got Rob Monroe in the right lane, 31 Ford, lined up next to Blake Miller in the 67 Camaro. Rob Monroe with White Knuckle Racing. 414 small block Chevy underneath that supercharger in that Model A chassis. And a big wheels up launch. And that hot rod, those front tires just wanted to keep on climbing. Rob got out of it a little bit to settle it down. Blake Miller, 33 off the line. 840 quarter mile ET for Blake Miller, 160 miles an hour. Rob Monroe, then 890 at $153. Walter Johnson in the 72 Chevelle. 408 powered car, red car in the left lane. Rob Hodgson in the right lane. 1967 Plymouth. That's a 440 powered car. Not the quickest starts for these cars at the starting line, but a couple of green lights. 1064 for the right lane. Rob Hodgson, 124 miles an hour. Walter Johnson stopping the timer with an 1111. Make a wish. 118 miles per hour. Dennis Winton now in the four-door Bel Air. Left lane, the Lost in Time car. Jamie Wellwood in the right lane in the 1932 Bantam. .427 small block Chevy. in the 66, and the 32 Bantam has a 565 cubic inch V8, and he's driving with TNT Auto Parts. Bantam's last run, something happened at the starting line that he was not happy about, had to let off early, and was stopped at the 60-foot mark. This pass, clean pass, start to finish. Jamie Wellwood stopping the timer with an 8:61 at 158 miles an hour. Dennis Winton 10:68 at a $126. Dustin Hunter, it's Falcon Fast, 1964 Ford Falcon, 557 cubic inch Ford powered car in the left lane. Jerry Brabander in the right lane out of Cloverdale in his 62 Chevy 2. Starting line staff stopping the cars. Looks like we caught some oil. Once again, the starting line crew turns a very minor problem, keeps a very minor problem minor, instead of it becoming a much bigger problem. Caught a little drip at the starting line. They're pushing Jerry Brabander's car off the track right now. Well done, starting line crew. And we got the Falcon fired up. He's going to take his pass on the clean side of the track. Dustin Hunter for a solo run. And a tidy solo run at that. 005 at the starting line. Stopping the timer, 8:96 at a $149. So just going to be a few minutes here. Starting line crew going to get those little drips cleaned up. And then we'll get back to racing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters, we're going to get you guys down to lanes 1 and 2. Super shifters, come on down to lanes 1 and 2 for your second round of qualifying. Light 'em up. Terry Hookston's getting his burnout going first. The 66 Chevy Nova. Ken Hogan, the 64 Plymouth. Ken Hogue, cleaner off the line, 65 foul up front, stopping the timer. 1082, 122 miles an hour. Terry Hookston's with an 1156 at $1.17. Sean Langley now. Car number 428, powered by you guessed it, 1969 Mach 1. He's here from Linden, Washington, lined up next to Veronica Hodgson in her 1969 Dodge. Veronica Hodgson driving with Lordco. She's got a Mopar 360 under the hood. Got off the line with a tidy reaction time, too. 010 reaction time. And an 1187 at $1.09 at the quarter. 1164 at 115 for Sean Langley. Dave Carmen now, 1965 Mercury, 427 Ford under the hood, lined up next to Andy Klosky's 65 Chevelle. This strip teaser, which was the runner-up for Pro and the runner-up for Hot Rod from yesterday's race. Klosky. 20 thou up front, puts down a 968 at 135 miles an hour. Dave Carmen with a 1006 at $1.31. Troy Scartwood now from Snohomish, Washington in the 69 Camaro. The last Hot Rod class car in Q2. $10.31, 126 miles an hour. And that's a wrap for Q2. Hot Rod, brought to you by the Old Car Center. We'll be moving on to Super Combo qualifier round 2 right after the track is done getting a bit of a drag. It's going to take a minute to shout out River Valley Ford, as this is the River Valley Ford drag strip. River Valley Ford is Mission's only Ford dealership, serving the Fraser Valley from its Lougheed Highway location. It's a single location dealership, but it covers a lot. New Ford sales, certified pre-owned vehicles, fleet and commercial truck service, financing, parts, detailing, and full maintenance work. From daily drivers to super duty tow rigs, River Valley Ford in Mission is the Fraser Valley's one-stop Ford headquarters. Sales, service, fleet trucks, and the parts to keep you moving all season long. And if you want to see one of River Valley Ford's finest in action, Pat Stewart here at the track is driving his brand new green, metallic green, beautiful colored Mach E. And he's racing on the track today. Or if you want to see one up close, we have a new Mach-E parked right next to the tower. Between the tower and the first bleachers, there's a gray Mustang Mach-E next to a gray Bronco. Similar colors. This gray color is definitely exploding in popularity right now. More of a gray in the Bronco, more of a bluey gray in the Mach-E. Nice looking cars. If you're in the market for something like that, come on down and have a look. And we are back in action. Top 3 qualifiers: Martin Rochelle, Dan Parsons, and Warren Jacobson. Super Combo qualifying round number 2. We got John Lackey in the left lane, 1966 Acadian. 355 Chevy powered car lined up next to Steve Veach in the 72 Duster. Couple of 1090 cars. John Lackey going red by 4th thou. Steve Veach getting off the line tidy with a 4th thou reaction time. 1091 at 126 miles an hour. 1089 for John Lackey at 119. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, this is your call to the staging lanes. Door slammers to the staging lanes for elimination round number 1. First round of today's eliminations coming up. Warren Jacobson now. 67 Chevy 2 lined up next to Dean Peterson in the Mustang. Warren Jacobson, 53 Tree. Puts down a 1087 at $140. Dean Peterson, sleepy on the tree, puts down a 992 at 164 miles an hour. James Cowie, 2016 Miller Dragster with Mundy's Towing and Recovery. 890 Dragster lined up next to Sylvia Hoogstens in the fastback 1966 Ford Mustang. A Mustang that she calls EP. So this is the Mustang. That's name is EP. And this must be the Mustang. I thought it was her other Mustang, Baby Blue. But this is Jerry Epp's car, or was Jerry Epp's car. Because the Lordco Super Combo Series is paying tribute to Jerry Epp this weekend. And yeah, so Jerry Epp's car is still racing in this series, as Sylvia Hoogstens is the proud new owner. Pretty cool to see. Dan Parsons in the left lane. 1970 Duster lined up next to Martin Rochelle. '78 Malibu getting there first. 1090 on the button, but left 5 thou early. 127 miles an hour across the finish line. Dan Parsons in the left lane with a 1088 at 130 miles an hour. Herman Chan now with a solo run. 67 Camaro. Herman Chan, yesterday's Super Combo winner. That'll finish off our Super Combo, moving on to Super Shifters. First two pulling into the beams. Joel Smith in the 71 Ventura in the left lane with Zapstrap Racing and Gibson's Trans. Bob Love in the right lane in the 1967 Chevy Nova. 11th thou tree for Bob Love. 897 at 141 miles an hour. 1037 at $1.32 for Joel Smith on that run. And we got the big old pickup truck of Dan Gray. The Bullnose 1983 Ford F-250. Lined up next to the beautiful racing striped out 68 Torino of Kevin McDonald. 460 powered truck, 438 Windsor powered Torino. Torino stopping the timer first with a 1018 at $1.30. Dan Gray with an 1172 at 114 miles an hour. Rich Graves now in the 67 El Camino. Lined up next to John Eastburn from Oregon in the 62 Chevy Bel Air. Hardtop car. Clean launch for both drivers. Rich Graves with a better tree, 24th thou up front. John Eastburn first to stop the timer though with a 973 at 138. Rich Graves with an 1163 at $1.17. Keith Winterbottom now in the burnt orange 68 Camaro in the tower lane. Rags to Rich's Top Shop and Lordco. Lined up next to Jamie Roth in his 64 Comet, 347 powered car. 7/10 reaction times on both sides of the track. And getting there first is Keith Winterbottom with an 889 at 149 miles an hour. Jamie Roth putting down a 10.00 at $1.34. Keith Armstrong now with A&A Performance and the Meat Dog 1968 Camaro. 462 small block Chevy. Lined up next to John DePort in the second gen Camaro 1977 383 powered car. Keith Armstrong cleaner off the line. 025 reaction time puts down an 890 at 850 at 150 miles an hour. John DePork with a 1029 at $1.30. And that brings us to Scott Nation. Scott Nation, yesterday's event's runner-up, also his 70th birthday. Happy birthday, Scott Nation. Lined up next to Dave McCritchie, 92 Lumina in the right lane. Big wheels up launch. Scott Nation. Scott Nation stopping the timer with a 923 at 143 miles an hour. Dave McCritchie with a 1099 at 100 mile per hour. Pat Byron now, 72 Chevy Nova in the left lane. Lined up next to Will Zorick in the 62 Bel Air two-door sedan. 409 Chevy powered car. Lined up next to the 540 Chevy powered Chevy Nova. Pat Byron having problems in the tower lane. Will Zork putting down an 11.08 at 122 miles an hour. Yeah, Nova with a push off track, but looks like the track is still nice and clean. Ready for the next round. The next run, Dave Carmen in the left lane from Lake Stevens, Washington, 1965 Mercury. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test. This is your standby call. So if you're going to be doing some licensing and or testing, start getting ready. This is your standby call. Well, that's the sound of Keith Winterbottom's car firing up, the 63 Chevy. Scott Winterbottom in the last run. This car generally gets the left front tire pretty high off the ground. Kind of does this three-wheel dance at the starting line, but that last run was a little too close to the wall for comfort. 434 small block Chevy powering that car. And a much straighter launch for Scott Winterbottom this run. Dave Carmen with the quickest reaction time. 14 thou up front, stopping the timer at the end of the track with a 10.08 at 131 miles per hour. Scott Winterbottom kept it straight, 9:36, 141 miles an hour, first Scott's run. And that is a wrap for all of today's qualifying. 1 p.m. and all the qualifying is done. So, it's around lunchtime. If you're hungry, head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. Grab yourself a bite to eat. Chicken strips is my favorite. So, that said, all qualifying for the day finished. We're going to be moving on to eliminations. Starting us off with eliminations, we'll be doing door slammers. So we have the staging lanes full of door slammers. So just a quick little break for some track prep, and we are going to get into that. Well, I don't know why it's taken this so long for me to mention, but today is actually National Collector Car Appreciation Day. So happy National Collector Car Appreciation Day, everybody. On this day in motoring history, 1925, the birthday of Roger Smith. Roger Smith, who would eventually become chairman and CEO of General Motors, was born on July 12, 1925. He led GM through one of the biggest periods of technological change in the 80s, introducing robotics and modern manufacturing to the General Motors assembly plants. And with that fun fact out of the way, we got the two first door slammer cars pulling into the burnout box. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test to lane 5 and 6, please. License and test. This is your call to staging lanes 5 and 6. And first run of door slammers eliminations, Jason Field takes it. Knocking the 55 Chevy out. Jason Field in the 71 Chevelle runs a 706 on a 705 dial. 32 thou up front. 106 60-foot time. And now we got Poe Freeborn in the left lane. 1967 Shelby Fastback Mustang. 648 BBC powered car with Comox Valley Excavating. He's got a 713 up on the board. Brody Soares in the right lane in the Cavalier. 632 powered car with a 774 up on the Lordco board. Clean launch for Poe Freeborn. Brody Soares handed the win light to Poe at the starting line, leaving 9 thou early. Poe Freeborn putting down a 717 at 191 miles an hour. Freeborn moving on to E2 with door slammer. Ken Christensen now in the 72 Chevy pickup truck in the left lane. That C10 is lined up next to Ray Rusciani's 1966 Chevy 2. Ken Christensen with Old Car Center and Chaotic Custom. Ray Rusciani with Dexy Paws. 829 left lane, 823 right lane. Ray Rusciani with a better reaction time and takes the win light. 16 thou up front, 826, 158 miles an hour, taking the 72 Chevy out of today's competition. Robinson and Paul Debris Jr. Paul Debris Jr. takes it. Margin between those two cars at the finish line was 8 thou. 846 on his 844 dial-in, 159 miles per hour through the trap. Jay Siverston in the left lane, 2000 Dakota. Andy Hatton in the right lane in the grinched out 69 Camaro. One of these drivers with quite a better reaction time, and it definitely helped in lighting up Andy Hatton's win light. 37 thou up front, 826 out back. 158 miles an hour, taking the 2000 Dakota out of today's competition. And the track goes quiet. Safety crew just having a look at just past the finish line, making sure nothing's down on the track out there. All clear on the west end. Kerry Young in the burnout box with Young's Mechanical. Paul Stretch backing up his Cavalier, getting those tires reheated for this run. So Kerry Young in the second gen Chevy S10 in the left lane, 406 small block Chevy powered truck. Paul Stretch in the right lane, that 2002 Cavalier is for sale. Paul Stretch is here from Duncan. He's here with Mid-Island Engines. Car is powered by a 638 big block Chevy. He's got a 718 up on the board, and that car is for sale. Kerry Young with an 835 on the TCS board. Solid reaction times by both drivers. Paul Stretch takes it, leaves with 17 thou, finishes with 722 on his 718 dial, 189 miles per hour. Paul Stretch, the car is for sale, is still in today's race. And Mark Thompson now in the 54 Stewed. 598 big block Chevy power in that car. He's here from Coldstream, BC. Representing Marvel Racing today. Brian Ritchie in the right lane out of Poco in the 68 Chevelle. with Ritchie Racing Engines. 632 big block Chevy. 786 on the Ritchie's board. 751 on Thompson's board. Win light for Brian Ritchie. 68 Chevelle putting the 54 Stewed on the trailer. Runs a 789 on a 786 dial-in, 171 miles an hour. Otto Schulte back around. Looks like he's got the issues sorted out on his car. Pulling into the staging beams, that 2005 Cavalier from Black Creek, BC. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors on standby. Junior program, all juniors, you guys are on standby. Mike Kenworthy with a clean launch, 10th thou up front, putting down a 823, lighting up the win light on that run. Steve Lowe and Dale Phillips. Dale Phillips gets it in the 67 Shelby. 747 on his 745 dial-in. 181 miles per hour across the straight. Chad Hops now from Port Alberni in the right lane. 1983 Chevy S10 with Aftermath Racing, Boulder Excavating, Comox Valley Excavating. Lined up next to Henry Zacharias in the 53 Vet. Henry Zacharias with Zacharias Investments Limited. $765 up on the board in the TCS lane, $794 in the Lordco lane. And a win light for Zacharias in the 53 Vet. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder, we're putting you guys in lanes 1. Junior Lightning lane 2. So Junior Street 5 and 6, Junior Thunder lane 1, Junior Lightning lane 2. Mike Bedsworth now in the left lane, 1996 Cutlass. 708 up on his board in the right lane. That Chevy 2 is Craig Fredrickson's. He's here from Duncan. 1967 Nova, big block Chevy powered car. 711 up on the Lordco board. Craig Fredrickson hands the win light to Mike Bedsworth at the tree. 19th thou on the wrong side of the starting line. Mike Bedsworth. Tidy launch. 17th thou up front, 711 out back. 192 miles an hour for Mike Bedsworth, moving on in today's competition in that 96 Cutlass. And we have Darren Buick in the 67 Nova in the right lane with Evans Excavating. 813 up on the board lined up next to Rod Leclerc in the 67 Camaro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, you're on standby. Standby Pro. So we got Junior Street coming down, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder, lane 1. Junior Lightning, lane 2. Pro is on standby. Rod Leclerc in the 67 Camaro, putting down a 680 at 200 miles an hour. 102 60 foot. 88 thou off the starting line. Darren Buick had some sort of issues going on with his 67 Nova. Well, way at the top end of the track, way down there, if you squint, you might see them. There's a little bit of fluids on the track that they're just getting cleaned off. Making sure that the entirety of the track is clean of any sort of slippery fluids. And then we'll be running this Sam-Ax top alcohol funny car, the loudest and fastest vehicle here on the Mission Raceway property. So if you like fast and loud, which you do because you're here, this is going to be the fastest, loudest car, and it is a blast to watch run. So just a few minutes, the track is going to be cleaned off. So stay tuned for that. Max Yaremko from Westville, Alberta, in the top alcohol Camaro. Well, how about that, folks? Well, that went a little bit awry. Car didn't hold at the starting line. Went red off the light and then spun. Back end of that car got loose. And then it hooked. Front tires came off the ground. Then it got loose again. Not a tidy run. But that's why we have test runs. To get stuff like this sorted out before you're in a competition against other drivers. Derek Shirk here for a test in his dragster. And we are back into the junior program. Junior Street, first round eliminations. Starting us off here. Jimmy Vandenberg in the left lane in the 1990 Pontiac. Josephine Smith in the right lane, 07 Silverado with Zap Strap Racing. $920 up on the board in the left lane, $982 for the pickup truck. Jimmy Vandenberg in the Pontiac, parking the 07 Silverado. Jimmy Vandenberg moving on to next round in Junior Street with a 919 on his 920 dial. Double breakout situation occurred there. Now we have Jackson Dew in the left lane in the red SUV 2013 Chevy. Jackson Dew wants to thank Grandpa, Mom, and JBS. 1140 up on his board. Lyndon Reynolds in the right lane in the 98 Acura. Lyndon with Second Gen Racing and Hoosier Tire. 1110 up on his board. One of these drivers with a substantially better reaction time, and it definitely pays off for Jackson Dew. Jackson Dew, 1145 on his 1140 dial. 17 thou off the starting line, takes the win light on that one. We got Sierra in the right lane in the 2025 Ford Bronco with Zapstrap Racing. We got Tony in the Mustang. Stay tuned auto repair. 1135 up on the board for Tony. 996 for Sierra. And Sierra gets it. 10-11 on her 996 dial, 62 miles per hour across the 8th. And we got Cash in the Mustang. The convertible 94 Mustang GT in the left lane, lined up next to Shelby McNeil, yesterday's Junior Street winner in the 2010 Nissan Pathfinder with McNeil Racing Team. 993 up on the right board, 998 up on the left board. And Shelby McNeil leaves early, handing the win light to Cash. Cash in the Mustang moving on in today's competition. Cash putting down a 1022 at 69 miles an hour. Now we got Nick Bond in the 2023 Porsche. That's a Porsche Macan GTS. I heard it was a Cheyenne earlier, but that's a Macan. I don't know if I've ever heard of a Porsche Macan, but now we have. JBS Equipment is who Nick's representing today. In the right lane, James McNeil is a 2000 Mustang. 900 on the board for Nick, 934 for James, and Nick does it with a 900 on his 900 dial-in. 900 with a 1 on a 900 dial. Pretty much an impossible to beat run.
I'll put it in car guide terms.
Jenna Monroe in the left lane. 2008 Chevy Tahoe with A&M Marketing, Winter Harbor Marina, and RV. 1075 up on Jenna's board. Owen Harvey in the right lane in the Denside Ford, and Jenna Monroe hands the win light to Owen Harvey at the tree. Going red by 3,000. Owen Harvey's win light is lit up, 1028 at 68 miles an hour. He will be moving on in today's competition. And we have Douglas Kvass in the left lane, the 1987 front-wheel drive Chrysler Woody car. 1262 up on the board for Douglas. Hunter Gallant in the right lane in the 2025 Ford Escape. Driving with BDL Auto, Lordco Racing, Crystal DeJager, Mulder Trucking, and Lori Peterson, and he has the win light lit up for him. Douglas Kvass leaving early, 5,000. Hunter Gallant with the win light ends up running a 1081 at 65 miles an hour. And that's a wrap for our Junior Street. Finished off our Junior Street class, elimination round 1. So now we're moving on to Junior Thunder E1. Kicking us off with Junior Thunder, Grayson Mass. Grayson Mass in the left lane with new Elevation Civil Construction. 898 up on his board. Paige Barlow in the right lane with Dead Man Racing. 1050 dial-in up on her board. Paige Barlow leaving a little bit early, handing the win light to Grayson Mass. Grayson Mass with a fantastic reaction time. 006 tree, 897 on the 898 dial, so broke out by a little bit, but already had the win light lit up for him. So he's moving on today. Alex Green now in the left lane. The Green Junior Dragster driving with True North Mechanical. 895 up on his board. In the Lord Co lane, we have Owen Armstrong driving with Fountain Tire Chilliwack, DRI Racing, and Lord Co. 1208 up on Owen Armstrong's board. Couple of green lights. Alex is on the chase, and he does it. 896 on his 895 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, you were on standby earlier. Now it is your call to come on down to the lanes for first round of eliminations for Pro class. Alex Green took that last race, and now we have Jack Green, his brother, pulling up behind him. Jack Green with True North Mechanical lined up next to Dallas Jackson in the right lane. Dallas driving with TKO and Cascade Capital. 1202 dial left lane, 1194 dial right lane. Dallas Jackson does it. 1205 in the right lane at 51 miles an hour. Jack Green ran a 1242 at 50 miles an hour. Now we have Wesley Armstrong with Fountain Tire Chilliwack and Badass Garage. 890 up on the board. Jackson Cowie in the right lane with Mundy's Towing with a 1505 dial on the board. So Jackson Cowie is going to leave quite a bit earlier. He will have a green light long before Wesley Armstrong will get the green light and be on the chase. Left lane gets it. Wesley Armstrong with a 897 on the 890 dial, 70 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Kiera Harder in the left lane. Anderson A1 Auto House, Elevation Real Estate. 1215 up on Kiera's board. In the right lane, we have Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence driving with Amsoil, Ken Specialty Automotive, Elite Belts, NC Engines, Ernie's Speed and Customs, and Dave and Trudy. 895 up on Cadence's board. Kiera Harder took that one with Anderson A1 Auto House. 12:16 on that board. 12:16 on that run, 50 miles an hour. Pearson, Mass runs a 11:95 at 52 miles an hour. So Pearson, Mass will be up against Grayson, Mass in the next round. Wesley Armstrong v. Kiera Harder. And now we have Danica Harder in the 06 Creative Junior Dragster, driving with Anderson A1 Auto House in the left lane with Elevation Real Estate. 12:05 up on the board. Nate Green in the right lane with True North Mechanical. 890 up on his board. Danica Harder leaving before schedule. Before the scheduled departure time. Nate Green with the wind light lit up on his run. He puts down an 892 on his 890 dial. So it'll be Nate Green up against Dallas Jackson next round. And Nash Gallant and Ashton Katnick. Nash Gallant driving with BDL Auto, Lordco Racing, Crystal DeJager, Mulder Trucking. 901 up on the board. Ashton Katnick with Lordco and TK Performance with an 895 up on the board. Gallant leaving a little bit early on that one. Ashton Katnick with the green wind light lit up. So Ashton Katnick will be up against Alex Green in the next round of eliminations. And that's a wrap for Junior Thunder. Moving on to Junior Lightning now. We have Riley Harder making a pass right now. Riley Harder driving with A1 Auto House. Stopping the timer at the 8th mile, 26 seconds. And 20 miles per hour. And this is Noah Aliperti from Victoria. This little fella is 5 years old. That's a 5-year-old driver who just took a pass on the drag strip, ran a 1471 at 44 miles an hour. Junior Lightning. Connor Jackson in the left lane. Connor Jackson with TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil, and Rodrigue Family Racing lined up next to Isabella Marshall, driving with Canco and De Silva Auto World. $793 up on the left board, $804 up on the right board. Isabella Marshall takes it. 806 at 80 miles an hour. On her 804 dial, Isabella Marshall moving on to the semifinals. Adam Katnick now and Koka Kowalski. Adam Katnick driving with Lordco and TK Performance. 790 up on his board. Koka Kowalski with DeKalb Ventures 793. Adam Katnick going red by 6 thou, handing the win light over to Koka Kowalski, who will be moving on. 796 on his 793 dial-in, 82 miles an hour at the 8th. Bentley Johnson and Adeline Duda now. Bentley Johnson left lane. Driving a 2025 Mike Boss Jr. dragster with Rodrigue Family Racing. Adeline Duda, 2005 half scale Junior dragster with a wild paint job on that car. KJL Holdings, Performance World, and Bumper to Bumper is who Adeline is representing today. 790 up on the board for Adeline. Bentley Johnson, 795. Adeline Duda takes it. Cleaner off the line, 76 thou at the starting line. 795 on her 790 dial. Adeline Duda. Moving on in today's competition. Now we have a competition single. The hot pink JBS Equipment Junior Dragster of April Bond. 796 up on the board. And she is supposed to have Nick Bond racing next to her brother, but looks like there may have been some problems with his car, so it is a guarantee. April Bond will be up against Coca Kowalski in the semi-final for Junior Lightning. And that will take us into the pro class. First pair in the pro class, Calvin Dirks in the Sugar Bear 78 Firebird. 400 cubic inch V8 with a blower, dual fours, and the Hillborn Scoop. Brendan Piskacek's got a 306 Ford under that cowl induction hood in the right lane. Brendan Piskacek with Buick Racing and Motoring, Canada, with Thomas. 1328 up on his board, so he left quite a bit early. Calvin Dirks is on the chase. Win light Calvin Dirks in the Firebird. Double breakout situation. Calvin Dirks broke out by a little bit less, so he'll be moving on today. Now Harrison Ledger, left lane, 94 Chevy S10, lined up next to Sean Langley's 69 Mustang Mach 1. Ledger, 1180 on the dial. 1163 for Sean Langley. One of these drivers with not a good reaction time, one of these drivers with a excellent reaction time, and it paid off for Sean Langley. 004 on the tree, 1171 at $1.06. Sean Langley moving on in today's competition. Jeff Nyland now in the left lane. Extended cab 85 Chevy S10, 355 powered truck. He's driving with J&K Speed Shop, Curtis Tire, and Scotty's Performance Cycle. Lined up next to Heather Hornall in the 78 Fairmont, who just had her win light lit up for her. Jeff Nyland leaving 19th out early, handing over the win light to Heather in the wagon, who will be moving on to the next round of elimination for Pro. Andy Klosky now in the left lane. In the strip teaser, 65 Chevy. Lined up next to Ray Bollinger in the 63 Pontiac. Ray Bollinger driving with Just Mechanical. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen to the staging lanes. That's Sportsman. This is your call to the staging lanes. Super Pro is on standby. Well, Andy Klosky took that run. 973 on his 971 dial-in. And now we have Ryan Ledrette in the 2016 Challenger lined up next to Troy's 1969 Chevy Camaro. Ryan Ledrette representing Muffler Tech Auto today, 1266 up on the board. Troy Scartrid's Camaro with a 1030 up on his board. And he went red, so he lit up the win light for Ryan Ledrette. So Ryan Ledrette will be moving on to the next round of eliminations for Pro. Mal Patterson now in the Malfunction 1968 Acadian 427 powered car. Lined up next to John Tabak 1989 S10. John was 1047 up on the board. Mal Patterson 1031. One of these drivers with a excellent reaction time, John Tabak. 001 on the tree, puts down a 1057 on his 1047 at 115 miles an hour. Rich Dies now, 1973 Nova. Driving with Transporters Logistics, lined up next to Andrew Valley in the 65 Buick Riviera. Buick 455 powered car. We got 1163 on the right board, 1121 on the left board. One of these drivers' reaction time was doubly as good as the other driver, and it paid off. Andrew Valley, 1168 on his 1163 dial-in, 105 miles an hour. Dennis Winton and Steve Watkins. Dennis Winton, left lane, 66 Bel Air. The Lost in Time car. Lined up next to Steve Watkins, 2017 C7 Corvette. $10.66 in the left lane. $11.27 in the right lane. Steve Watkins with a much better reaction time and a much better work at the finish line. Dennis Winton broke out, went a little bit too fast on that one. Steve Watkins putting down an 11:28 at 117 miles an hour. Now we have Del Northgraves in the left lane, 77 Nova. Derek Johnstone in the right lane in the 66 Impala. 13:35 for the Impala. He'll be getting his green light first. Del Northgraves will be on the chase. Big wheels up launch for Del Northgraves. And Derek Johnstone takes it in the convertible 66 Impala. Both drivers broke out. Derek Johnstone broke out by a little bit less. 13:34 on his 13:35 dial-in. Derek Johnstone lighting up the wind light. We'll be moving on. We got Ryan Ledrette in the notchback Fox body in the left lane. Lorenz Schwartz in the G body Monte Carlo in the right lane. 1071 dial in left. 1014 dial in right. And it's the Monte Carlo of Lorenz Schwartz. Got off the line a lot quicker. Put down a 1021 on his 1014 dial. Ryan Ledrette went a little bit too fast on that one. He knew he got off the line a little bit slower, and he tried to make up for it, but tried a little bit too much. Broke out. John McLean in the Ford Falcon in the left lane. Lighting up the red light on his side of the track and the wind light for Martin Lambert in the 79 Chevy Monza in the right side of the track. John McLean left early. Martin Lambert moving on. Jim Stahl in the 2000 Mustang in the left lane, lining up next to Mike Render in the 85 S10 in the right lane. Mike Render driving with Fountain Tire today. We got a 1078 car in the left lane, 1080 truck in the right lane. Jim Stahl leaving ahead of schedule by 600ths. Handing over the W to Mike Render. Mike Render got off the line nice and tidy, 16 thou off the tree. Broke out, but by that point didn't matter. Ran a 1076 on the 1080 dial. Al Prock now in the left lane in the 1970 Plymouth Cuda. Chris Stone in the 68 Dodge in the right lane with Stone Cold Racing. $10.21 up on the board for Chris Stone. Al Prock with a 971. Chris Stone leaving early by 7 thou, handing over the win light to Al Prock. Al Prock with a tidy leave. 19 thou off the tree, finishing with a 988 on his 971 dial. And now we have Dave Jung. Dave Jung in the 1996 Chevy Camaro. About to lift those front tires sky high. Lined up next to Dale Marquardt from Arlington in the 72 Chevy Vega hatchback car. Powered by a 350. 1173 in the right lane, 1055 in the left lane. And Dale hands over the win to Dave Jung at the starting line, leaving a little bit early on that one. Dave Jung putting down 1051 on his 1055 dial. Craig Johnson now in the left lane. In the G-Body Cutlass. Rebecca Powell in the right lane in the 1983 Blazer. Craig Johnson, 11:63, so he'll be leaving a second before Rebecca Powell. Rebecca Powell, 10:63 on the board. Craig Johnson takes it. His reaction time was exactly half of what Rebecca Powell's reaction time was. Craig Johnson ran an 11:65 at 109 miles per hour on his 11:63 dial-in. Matt Warner now in the 66 Mercury, lined up next to Sean Ernest. Sean Ernest in the 84 S10 in the Lordco lane. 11:15 for Sean, so he'll be taking off early. Matt Warner will be getting the green light after. Sean Ernest with the win light. I saw that car at the starting line, pushed the front tires, got a little bit nervous, but it worked out to be a 6th thou reaction time for Sean Ernest. 11:20 across the finish line at 118 miles an hour on his 11:15 dial-in. Solid run for Sean Ernest, and that puts us into Rick McKinney. Rick McKinney for a competition single in his 1996 Chevy Camaro 305 powered car. 10:36 up on his board, runs a 10:37 at 127 miles an hour.
He usually comes up here to tell me something's wrong anyway, so I think silence is a good answer.
And that is it for Pro Elimination Round number 1. First pair for Sportsman Elimination Round 1. Greg Dawson, 57 Pontiac in left lane. Haley Christensen in the C10 in the right lane. $12.25 in the TCS lane, $12.05 in the Lordco lane. Haley Christensen hands it over at the starting line. Going red by 26 thou. Greg Dawson got off the line nice and tidy. 12:27 on his 12:25 dial. Greg Dawson moving on in today's competition. Now we have Brendan Piskacek in the left lane, 1990 Ford hatchback Fox body, lined up next to Pat Stewart's 2026 Ford Mach-E. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Motorcycle is on standby. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Motorcycle on standby. Brendan Piskacek took that one, taking Pat Stewart out of today's competition. Sean Langley up against Dean Ormsby now. I guess Dean got the little oil drippy issue figured out on his F-body. Dean Ormsby takes it. 12:11 at 112 miles an hour. On his 12:14 dial-in, we had a double breakout situation took place right there. And Dean took the W on that one. Tyler Smith now in the right lane. Mark Ferguson in the left lane. Ferguson, 2002 Firebird, 346 Chevy powered car. Right lane, 1968 Chevelle, 383 powered car. Mark Ferguson predicting 1275. Tyler Smith, 1160. And Tyler Smith takes it. 1166 on his 1160 dial. Mark Ferguson went way too quick. Broke out, ran a 1263 on his 1275 dial. 68 Chevelle moving on in today's competition. Now Sylvia Hoogston's in the left lane driving Baby Blue, her 1966 Ford Mustang. Lined up next to Jim Olson in the convertible 94 Mustang. 1562 up on the board for Jim. 1205 up on the board for Sylvia. And Jim Olson left early. Sylvia Hoogston's handed the win light at the starting line. Still puts down a 1205 on her 1205 dial. 1205 with a 4. Solid run, Sylvia Hoogston's. Okay, Veronica Hodgson, the left lane, 1189. Jan Christensen in the right lane in the 09 Cadillac with a 1536. One of these drivers with a pretty good reaction time. One of these drivers with a very good reaction time. Veronica Hodgson takes it. 1190 at 108 miles an hour. On her 1189 dial-in. Jan Christensen ran a little bit too fast. Hit the brakes at the finish line, but not quite enough. Jessica Armstrong now in the 75 Dodge Dart with Armstrong Family Racing in the tower lane. Eric Hansen in the 1970 Dodge in the right lane. 1320 up on the board for Jessica Armstrong. She'll get the green light first. Eric Hansen is on the chase. Eric Hansen takes the win on that one. 2 Thou Tree, 1214 on his 1212 dial-in, 105 miles an hour. Solid run, Eric Hansen. Ryan Ledrette now in the left lane, 2016 Dodge Challenger. 1255 up on the board for him. And Kevin McCauley in the right lane, 1983 Oldsmobile Cutlass, driving with BDL Automotive. And the Cutlass takes it. Kevin McCauley with an 1167 in a double breakout situation. He was off dial by 8 thou. Ryan Ledrette broke out by 13 thou. Kevin McCauley moving on today. Jack Stout now in the 48 Austin in the left lane. Lined up next to Mike Hutmacher in the 2010 Camaro. Mike goes red. Jack Stout also goes red, but by substantially less, so Jack Stout is moving on in today's competition. Puts down a 1205 at $111. Kyle Fredrickson now, 1985 GMC square body truck in the tower lane. Lined up next to Darren Martin in the 05 GMC. 1671 on Darren Martin's board. He'll be taking off first. Kyle Fredrickson will get his go light after. 1160 on Kyle's board. Win light, Kyle Fredrickson. 1166 on his 1160 dial. 99 miles an hour at the quarter-mile trap. Steve Watkins now in the left lane, 2017 Chevy Corvette. He's here from Hillsboro, Oregon. 1160 up on the board, 1275 up on the right board for Taryn Monroe in the 1940 Ford pickup. Good, man. How you doing? Steve Watkins gets it in the Chevy Corvette. 1176 on the 1160 dial-in. 8 thou between those two cars. Steve Baskerville now in the 79 Malibu. 1160 up on the board for him. In the right lane, Tyson Lowe in the third gen 84 Camaro. 1225 up on the Lordco board. One of these drivers with quite a nice reaction time, and it pays off for Tyson Lowe. 4 thou off the starting line, 1228 on his 1225 dial, 106 miles an hour. Steve Baskerville, slower off the line, and he tried to make up for it, made up for it a little bit too much, putting down an 1155 on his 1160 dial with a breakout. Andrew Valley now in the 65 Buick Riviera. 455 Buick powered car, 1160 up on the board. Rob Getz takes off first. Got a bit of a wait before Andrew Valley's green light. And boom, win light Andrew Valley, 65 Buick Riviera. With an 1161 at 170 miles an hour. Andrew Valley moving on in today's competition. Travis Freeze now in the 2003 Cadillac sedan. In the left lane with Buick Racing, Evans Excavating, and Big O Tire. 1590 up on the board for that car. Josh Klosky in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, this is your call to lane 6. Motorcycle, come on down to lane 6. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Standby, Hot Rod. Travis Freeze in the Cadillac hands the win light over to Josh Klosky this round. Travis left 600s before his light went green. So Josh Klosky in the 1990 Blazer will be moving on to the next round, elimination round number 2 for Sportsman. And that was it for elimination round 1 for Sportsman. So now we're moving on to Super Pro. First pair for the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro Elimination Round 1. We got Lincoln Shirk in the left lane. 632 big block Chevy powered white dragster. 790 up on the board for Lincoln. Jim Benke in the right lane. 67 Plymouth Barracuda, 440 Mopar powered car. $10.07 for Jim Benke. He'll get the green light first. And Lincoln Shirk lights up the win light on that as expected after a launch like that. Trip, zip, perfect light. 0-0-0 with an 8 for Lincoln Shirk's run there. Runs a 792 on the 790 dial. 163 miles an hour. A deserved win in that run. Now we got Ted Buss and Mike Robinson. Ted Buss in the 34 Ford Roadster in the left lane. Mike Robinson, 1927 Roadster in the right lane. We got a 903 in the left lane, a 918 in the right lane. Very similar off the line for these two cars, and it's going to be Ted Buss who takes it. Ted Buss, 907 on his 903 dial-in, 141 miles an hour. 7th thou between those two cars at the finish line. And we got Colton Morin and Logan Bell. Couple dragsters. 2007 Race Tech dragster in the left lane. Powered by a 615. Logan Bell in the right lane. 2018 American dragster powered by a 632. 763 left lane, 707 right lane. Win light left lane, Colton Morin. 765 on his 763 dial, 174 miles an hour. Colton Morin moving on to the next round of eliminations. Now we got Mike Bucky Stewart lined up next to Steve Thorne. Steve Thorne in the 64 Belvedere. Bucky in the 67 Chevy, the Chicklet. Driving with Bucky's Mini Excavating, Slick Works, Ken's Specialty Auto, Gibson Racing Trans, and RPM Packaging. 10.06 for Mike Stewart. 8.69 for Steve Thorne. And Bucky lights up the win light. 009 off the starting line, 10.07 on his 10.06 dial-in. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rod to the staging lanes, hot rod to the staging lanes. Super Combo on standby. So Super Combo is on standby. Hot rod, this is your call to the lanes. Jeff Alder now in the left lane, 27 Ford. Giovanni Alaperti in the right lane. 1986 S10, 885 and a 1017. And it's going to the Roadster, the 27 Ford of Jeff Alder. Double breakout situation. Jeff Alder broke out a little bit less. So he'll be moving on to elimination round number 2. Ron Fawcett now in the slightly altered 1923 Ford Model T. altered drag car. And Greg Dowdy in the right lane. In the raw carbon fiber dragster with rad torque on the side of it. Ron Fawcett will be leaving just before Greg with an 893 dial. Greg with the 807 dial. And we got the win light already lit up for Ron Fawcett. Both of these cars went red at the starting line. Ron Fawcett went red slightly less. Three times less, to be exact. Aaron Young in the left lane. Dragster with a 780 up on the board. John Jenkins in the right lane, 1988 S10 with a 1009 up on the board for John. He's driving today with West Coast Building and Mackenzie Racing. Aaron Young is on the chase. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. Aaron Young, 779. John Jenkins went 3 10,000ths too early on the tree. I must have not noticed that Aaron Young's win light was already lit up, but she won that one and will be moving on. Tough break for John Jenkins. Martin Rochelle, 1978 Malibu, now in the tower lane. Tangerine 91 Mustang driven by Jason Gibson. 1090 in the left lane, 958 in the right lane.
So Jason Gibson turns it red by 0.003 of a second, handing the automatic win to Martin Rochelle. But just for good measure, Martin Rochelle was trips on the starting line, so he was going to be tough to beat, no doubt about it. And on the trips red. Thanks, Mike, for pointing that out. So 2 red lights, worst one being 003 red. That's tight. Rochelle goes 1089 with a 5 on the 1090 prediction. That's going to bring up Jeremy Soares and Brad Powell, a couple of blue dragsters. Brad Powell will be in the right lane, working on a dial of 729. Jeremy Soares dials 738 over here in the TCS lane or left lane. Couple of green lights at the finish line. It is Brad Powell turning the win light on a double breakout. Brad Powell was under by 3 10,000ths of a second. Jeremy Soares was better on the starting line, got to the finish line first, but was under by 13 thou. So Powell will be back in round number 2. 2 more dragsters. Emma Debris-Coos, left side of the racetrack. Dialed in at 1151. Dan Rodrigue in the right lane. James Kennedy's dragster dialed in at 717. And not sure what happened there. Dan Rodrigue never came up on the chip. Just kind of left pretty casually. Kind of looked like off the foot brake and then just drove on down the track. Maybe he just showed up hoping for a red light. Some kind of issue with the car. Not sure. Now Lorenz Schwartz and Kevin McNichol. Lorenz doing double duty today behind the wheel of his Monte Carlo. Running in pro bracket along with Super Pro. So Lorenz turns it red by 12 thou. Kevin McNichol was ready to go. 0-11 on the starting line. 982 with a 2 at the finish line. 13 thou total. Now Craig Johnson. Gonna line up beside G. Van Brar. G. Van Brar started the day off with a final round from yesterday. Had to settle for a runner-up in that pairing. Here he is, round number 1. Craig Johnson, foot brake in the Cutlass, the right-hand lane, broke the wagon yesterday. Dialed in at 1161. G. Van Brar's going to get his top bulb and let go at the same time. Well, not technically at the same time because Craig's leaving off the bottom. And then wait around for about 4 or 5 seconds. Just 2 thou, the difference in reaction times. Cutlass out front gets it done. So Dragster getting there first by 58 thou to go 739 on the 742. Craig Johnson had the 2000th starting line advantage, 021 to 023, and at the finish line puts it 3 above to take the win leg. He'll be back. Now yesterday's winner, Chris Stone. Started off his day with a final round and turned on the win light. Brandon Thomas was our winner in top comp yesterday. Driving one of Justin Bond's dragsters here this weekend at the JBS Equipment Series. We're going to make a final call for Hot Rod. Hot Rod, this is your final call. Final call to the lanes, going out to Hot Rod. Hot Rod, we need you. So Brandon Thomas, crew member on the JBS Equipment NHRA Pro Mod team, does not get it done. Chris Stone turns on the win light. Kind of dangerous though. Stone runs dead on with a 5, taking almost 0.3 of a second at the finish line. You know, in conversations with Chris Stone, he says, yeah, this is nothing like driving the Dart. You can't see anything out of this car. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Super Combo. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Super Combo to the staging lanes, please. And we're going to give a standby call to BC Super Shifters. BC Super Shifters, this is your standby call. Lordco Super Combo, this is your call to the lanes. We need Lordco Super Combo to lanes 5 and 6 for round 1 in what will be day 2 of the Jerry Epp Memorial Race for the Lordco Super Combo Series. Hayden James, also driving a JBS dragster here this weekend, turns the win light on. 706 on the 702, good enough. Brody Soares with issues over there in the right-hand lane. Brody Soares able to make it off the track under his own power. Here comes Brad Vingy with the single. Dials the BNC Racing Camaro in at 9:55 and puts 9:53 on the reader board. So there we go. That puts round number 1 of Super Pro in the books. Here comes Motorcycle. First pair of bikes, Al Amond and Bob Ward. Bob Ward from 108 Mile House, just a little north of here, dialed in at 1150. So he's going to get the starting line handicap. Al Amond dialed 896. Four bulbs lit. Here we go. There goes Bob Ward, and there goes Al Amond. So Ward out in front for now. So Ward gets to the finish line way ahead, but runs over a second under the 1150 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers, this is your 15-minute standby call. 15-minute standby call going out to Door Slammers. Now Kevin Brennan and Isaac Hazelton. Isaac Hazelton, local guy from right here in Mission, riding his 1997 Suzuki in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 1127. Win late for Kevin Brennan as Isaac turned it red by 42 thou. So Kevin Brennan with another time trial, so to speak, here in round number 1. Winds up 805 on the 799 dial. Now Miles Hauer. There's a guy that at one time was a pretty regular competitor here at Mission Raceway, but it's been a little while since we've seen him. Miles Hauer out of Camano, Washington, dialed in at 827. Going to give up a big head start to Anna Donaldson. Miles says, no problem, I can wait. Miles Hauer in charge at the finish line. 836 on the 827, good enough. Now Daryl Storzik and Corey Craig. Storzik, tower side. on his 1986 Suzuki, the Leak Pro Suzuki. Corey Craig riding Black Lightning, dialed in at 781. 2 green lights. We are on. Far lane runs out of steam early, but Daryl Storzik does not get off the gas hard enough, so to speak. Winds up 874 on the 875 dial. Taking over 2.5 seconds at the stripe. Oh man, that one's gonna hurt. Now it's Wild Bill and Dwayne Stevens. Dwayne Stevens in the right lane. Wild Bill over here in the left. Wild Bill way out in front. Should be doing the chasing, but he was the chasee, and oh man, we see it again. Attention in the pits, attention the pits. BC Super Shifters. This is your call to the staging lanes. BC Super Shifters, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. BC Super Shifters, this is your call to the staging lanes. BC Super Shifters, come on down. So Wild Bill goes 9 seconds flat on the 908. Dwayne Stevens, 982 on the 950 for the win. Rob Hodgson and Terry Houston, couple of buddies. Hodgson, yesterday's winner in Hot Rod, and he turns on the win light here in round 1. 1071 on the 1066. Terry, 1174 on the 1160. So it looks like Jamie Wellwood was able to deal with whatever issue he was having earlier. Troy Scartude. Troy in the left lane. Silver Camaro. Dialed in at 1030. Jamie Wellwood in at 829, so about 2 seconds will separate them by the dials. Somebody with a sizable starting line advantage, and it is the guy with the win light. Troy goes 1032 on the 1030 dial. Wellwood late on the tree and nowhere near the number at the finish line. That's going to bring up Sean Langley and Andy Klosky. Klosky, runner up in yesterday's race. Sean Langley driving the Mach 1 Mustang in at 1163. Klosky in the strip teaser Chevelle, dialed in at 970. At the finish line, it is Andy Klosky with the win light, getting the stripe first by 22 thou. Sean Langley was dead on the 1163 dial, but was behind on the starting line. Now Veronica Hodgson and Rob Monroe. Rob Monroe. And Papa's Hot Rod. Dialed in at 860. Veronica Hodgson is going to get to drive away. Dialed in at 1189. Veronica and the little dart out front for now, but here comes that little 31 Ford. Monroe turns the one win light on, 865 on the 860, good enough. And check that out, Rob Monroe, quad zip. Quad zip for Rob Monroe. Now Dave Carmen and Dennis Winton lost in time over there in the right lane. So just 4 thou the difference in reaction times. Pretty close. Dennis Winton, 1065 on the 1063 dial, gets the job done. Carmen to the stripe first, but under. 1005 on the 1007. Now Ken Hogue and Jerry Brabander. Brabander, right-hand side, dialed in at 1066, behind the wheel of his 62 Chevy 2. Ken Hogue in the purple Mopar. Tower side, dialed in at 1082. Hogue with the win light, 1084 on the 1082 dial, gets the job done. Brabander was significantly behind on the starting line. Dustin Hunter will be making a single up the right-hand side of the racetrack, the Lordco lane. That thing is falcon fast. $897 on the 894. That will do it for round number 1 of Hot Rod. So this weekend, the Lordco Super Combo Series pays tribute to Jerry Epp. They are racing in his memory and striving to achieve the win. Those winners and runner-ups will be receiving a beautiful trophy to cherish. Jerry was one of the founding members of the Lordco Super Combo Series. He was a well-respected racer at Mission Raceway Park as well as in all of Division 6. He raced the Black Mustang in Super Street category, winning many divisionals, national opens, and the Las Vegas Motor Speedway national event in 2003. Jerry qualified to represent NHRA Northwest Division 6 in the Super Street category at the JEGS All-Stars in Chicago in 2007. So you can guarantee he would never miss a Lordco Super Combo race or a Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. More often than not, his Mustang graced the winner's circle. So we'll see Jerry's car still racing today in this series as Sylvia Hoogstens is the proud new owner behind the wheel of the Mustang that she has aptly named Epp. Pretty cool name. And yeah, she'll be trying to put it back in the winner's circle today. So once again, the Jerry Epp Memorial Race.
And those black bags that are on, if those are still there, that is.
We're just taking a short break for a little bit of surface maintenance. Lordco's Super Combo Series all lined up and ready to roll into round one. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Door slammers. This is your call to staging. Door slammers, come on down.
So is that guy harder than six?
And here we go. So we're going to give a standby call to license and test. License and test. We need Canada West door slammers to the lanes, please. Canada West door slammers. This is your call to the staging lanes. And we're giving a standby call to license and test. Door slammers to the lanes. Ken will get you paired up as you arrive.
Sorry guys, got this one on a lunch break and I sneezed.
1090, the name of the game. John Lackey and Steve Veach. Veach in the Mopar, right-hand side, the 72 Duster. John Lackey, well out in front, takes 0.7 of a second at the stripe to be under by 0.02 of a second. basically had the win in the bag, especially with a 008 light. But Steve Veach gets a lucky one. Ran 11:57 on the 1090 prediction and is coming back for round 2. Yesterday's winner, Herman Chan. Right-hand lane taking on Dan Parsons here in round number 1. How about Herman Chan? Both cars go 1089. Chan 1089 with an 8. Dan Parsons 1089 with a 6. Lots of little numbers all over this slip. Herman Chan was 009 up front, took 8 thou at the stripe to be under by 2 thou. Well, less than 2 thou. So Herman Chan on his way to round 2. Now, Warren Jacobson and Sylvia Hoogston. Sylvia driving Epp. Jerry Epp, 66 Ford Mustang. Side by side, here comes the finish line. And it is Warren Jacobson going dead on with a 0. Sylvia Hoogston's had the starting line advantage. She was 009 to Warren's 035 light, but at the finish line, it is Warren there first by 22 thou, putting it dead on with a 0. Now James Cowie and Dean Peterson. James Cowie, tower side for Mundy's Towing. 890 versus 990. Super Comp versus Super Gas. Hence the Lordco Super Combo name. Well, that's the combo aspect of it. Pick your index class number, be it 1090, 990, or 890. See if you can turn the wind light on. Wow. Both these drivers were ready to go. How about Dean Peterson? 007 up front, dead on with a 4 at the finish line, taking the stripe by 3 thou to be 11 total. Man. James Cowie was 002 on the starting line. And then 891 with a 3 at the finish line and nowhere near good enough. So Dean Peterson coming back in the Roadster Mustang. Great drag race right there. We finish off with a single. Martin Rochelle. Automatic player in round number 2. And on a free look at 1090, he puts it dead 3. So that'll do it for round 1 of day 2 of the Jerry Epp Memorial Weekend. Here with the Lordco Super Combo Series. Here comes the BC Super Shifters. McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. Couple of Ford products to start things off. Dan Gray and Kevin McDonald. Kevin McDonald in the big 68 Torino, not a lightweight weight by any means, but compared to Dan Gray's pickup truck, it's exactly what it is. Dan Gray in the 1983 Ford F-250. Still got all the 3/4 ton front end stuff on. Couple of green lights. This is on. Dan Gray working on 1175. Here comes Kevin McDonald working on a 1017. And it is Dan Gray, one above, 1176 on the 1175. Dan Gray coming back for round number 2. That's going to bring up Keith Winterbottom and Bob Love. Bob Love in the right-hand lane. 895 the prediction. Keith Winterbottom, left-hand lane, 890 the prediction. So just 5/100ths of a second the difference. Bob Love way out in front. Don't break it out. Oh, you did. Bob Love was 0-16 on the starting line to Keith Winterbottom 3-13. Bob Love. I don't know if he was all out at 148. I think so. 893 on the 895 was under by 15 thou. Oh, man. So Dad's through. Now let's see if the next generation of Winterbottoms gets through. No, he does not. Scott Winterbottom turns it red by 18 thou. So John Eastburn is moving on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test, license and test. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take license and test to lanes 5 and 6. License and test, come on down, lanes 5 and 6.
If somebody's going.
Hey, listen up, everybody. We got a racer looking for a 2 5/8 hitch lock. So, or sorry, 2 5/16 hitch lock. So, a security device for a trailer with a 2 5/16. That would be the ball size, but we're looking for a hitch lock. So, if you have something like that you could lend out for, well, I guess a couple of weeks. Somebody looking to lock up their trailer till the old time drag. So if you have an item and you can spare, either come see us up in the tower or go see Rod LeClaire in the pit. Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, this is your standby call. Juniors, this is your standby call. And with that, I'm going to call Mike back to the tower. So Junior Dragsters and Junior Street, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go. Jamie Roth wins a double breakout. Rich Graves went way under the 1162 dial. Now Will Zorick and Scott Nation. Scott Nation turned 70 years old today. Happy birthday, Scott Nation. Blue 69 dart over in the right lane. I have always loved this car. Dialed in at 922. Look for the big wheels up leave over there in the Lordco lane. Will Zorick will leave first, dialed at 1107. There goes Scott Nation. 130 to the 60 foot on the rear wheels. Scott Nation turns on the win light, gets to the stripe first by 53. Nation with a sizable starting line advantage. Now Pat Byron. Coming up, left-hand side of the racetrack, Pat Byron was your winner of yesterday's race. Scott Nation was the runner-up. Grant Clone in the right lane, dialed 856. Pat Byron in the left lane, dialed 859, just 3/100ths of a second, the separation by the dials. Wow, wild ride for Grant Clone over there in the right-hand lane. Multiple wheelies. Got kind of close to the wall, said, no, that's enough for me. But winds up with the win as Pat Byron doesn't realize that Grant Clone is off the gas and coasting and runs it out. 856 on the 859. Grant Clone coming back. Joel Smith and Dave McRitchie. McRitchie in the right-hand lane. Has been struggling with that Lumina, to say the very least. Joel Smith with an easy win. He was 006 on the starting line. McRitchie was 017. Wow, both of them hitting the tree. Joel, realizing he had all kinds of room to play with up at the top end, puts it 11-16 on the 1050 dial. Dave Carmen with the single now. $10.03 on the 10.07 dial for Dave Carmen. Attention in the pits. Juniors, this is your call to staging lane. Juniors, come on down. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Once again, juniors, come on back. Junior Street, this is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Junior dragsters will take Thunder in lane 1, Lightning in lane 2. So we thought we had a hitch lock for Rod Leclerc, but turns out We're still looking. So again, if anybody has a 2 5/16 ball size hitch lock, either come see us up here in the tower or go see Rod Leclerc. Would be very much appreciated. Round 2, Canada West Door Slammers. We've come all the way back around. Round 1 of eliminations for all classes is now in the books. We're going to start things off with Mike Kenworthy and Poe Freeborn. Poe Freeborn for Comox Valley Excavating. 67 Shelby, tower side of the racetrack. Nice swoopy looking car. Poe's dialed in at 717. So the handicap start will be over 1 second as Mike Kenworthy dials in the purple Firebird at 822. Couple of green lights, not that far apart. Kenworthy gets to the stripe second. Poe Freeborn getting there first, but goes 713 on the 717. Kenworthy well off the 822 prediction at 829, doing 164. So Mike Kenworthy coming back for round number 3. Now Jason Field and Andy Hatton. Again, over 1 second will be the separation by the dials. Andy Hatton in the Grinch. Jason Field gets there by 57 thou. 712 on the 707, good enough. Andy Hatton puts it dead 9 on the 824 dial. Unfortunately for him, his reaction time started with a 1, and he was in rough shape. So 2 1967 Shelbys in the field. Here's the second one. Dale Phillips in the right-hand lane, dialed 747. Henry Zacharias behind the wheel of his Corvette Tower side, dialed in at 765. So the Corvette will be the chasee. The Shelby Mustang will be the chaser. Difference in reaction times. Dale Phillips, 1 above with a 0. 748 on the 747. He actually had the 4 thou reaction time advantage with his 085 light, so nobody was stellar, but it was Phillips to the finish line first by 9 thou. Now number 3 qualifier Mike Bedsworth coming up right-hand side of the racetrack, going to take on Ray Rusiani. Rusiani dead on with a 1. Bedsworth turned it red by 10. So Rusiani had a free look at 823, ran it all out. Now Paul Stretch and Brian Ritchie. Paul Stretch in the right-hand lane. The 02 Cavalier should note that car is for sale. Brian Ritchie on the brakes. Takes 14 thou to put it dead on with an 8. Nicely done. Now Rod Leclerc and Paul Debris Jr. Number 1 qualifier, Rod Leclerc, Tower side. 1967 Camaro, 598 cubic inches and a whole bunch of nitrous. Rod would like to thank his crew, Chris Thorstenstein, Joe Leclerc, Andy Leclerc, and all the help he gets from Ken Sahota. Paul Debris in the Valiant is your winner. Rod Leclerc turns it red by 0.03 of a second. Rod Leclerc, 680 on the 678. All for naught. Paul Debris Jr., 15 on the tree, then dead on the 844 dial with an 8. Nicely done. Well, Mike, with that, I'm going to turn the reins back over to you. Go get ready for round 2.
All right, thanks for taking over for a bit, John. Three thou at the tree for Derek Shirk. 444, 158 miles an hour to the 8th. Coming up, we have the Sam Max Top Alcohol Funny Car. Pulling up behind the burnout box in the tower lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro to the staging lanes. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. And we have fire in the pipes. Max Yaremko from Westville, Alberta, in the Top Alcohol Camaro. Had an absolutely rowdy run last hit. So they've done some work on this car. Hoping for a clean pass this run. Last test pass was hard off the starting line. Broke the tires and cooked them. Some last minute wheelie bar adjustments and the car is good to go. Creeping into the pre-stage light. Wow. Definitely got traction that run, but pulled those front tires off the ground and kept them off the ground until he got out of it. Safe to say traction is no longer an issue. Was on a solid launch. But I think that front end was in the air a little bit longer than Max wanted it to be. Got out of the throttle, came back down and coasted across the finish line. Less than a second, 60 foot. And then shut it down and rolled to a 955, 79 miles an hour. Another test run here. This is Anthony Katnick in his 1968 Dodge Dart. Backed it up past the starting line. Gave it one little test hit. Make sure the car has good amount of traction, which it does. Pulling up to the staging beams right now. And despite the backup and that little test hit, it broke traction.
Sorry, Karen, can you repeat that for me?
Attention in the pits. Sportsman, you're on standby. Stand by, sportsman. Moving on to Junior Street Elimination Round 2 now. Brought to you by Stay Tuned Auto Repair. We got Cash in the Mustang. For a competition single. Hunter Gallant in the left lane. He's driving his 2025 Ford Escape. Next to Nick Bond in the 2023 Porsche. Nick Bond on the chase and takes out Hunter Gallant. 922 on his 900 dial-in. 67 miles per hour at the 8th. Nick Bond and that Macan GTS will be moving on to the semifinals. Jimmy Vandenberg now in the 90 Pontiac in the left lane. 920 up on the TCS board in the right lane. On the Lordco board, Jackson Dew has an 1144 up there in the 2013 Chevy. Jackson Dew wants to thank Grandpa, Mom, and JBS. JBS Equipment, of course, the title sponsor. For the ET, the bracket series here at River Valley Ford Drag Strip. So Jackson Dew's going to be getting the green light first. And Jimmy Vandenberg gets the win light. Jackson Dew left a little bit early on that one. So that 2013 Chevy will be parked. Jimmy Vandenberg in the 90 Pontiac will be coming around in the semifinals. Will be lined up next to Cash. And our final pairing of Junior Street, Owen Harvey in the Dent Side Ford. It's a 1978 Ford F100. 1022 up on his board, lined up next to Sierra in the 2025 Ford Bronco. Sierra's driving with Zap Strap Racing with a 989 on the board, and Sierra just handed the win light over to the left lane. Owen Harvey will be lining up next to Nick Bond in the semifinal. And one of those drivers will be in the final round. So that's a wrap for Junior Street. Elimination round 2. Moving on now to Junior Thunder. First pair in the water box. Nate Green in the left lane. Dallas Jackson in the right lane. Nate Green with True North Mechanical, 890 up on the board in the tower lane. Spectator side, Dallas Jackson with TKO and Cascade Capital, 1205. Dallas Jackson taking off first. A few seconds later, Nate Green will get the green light and be on the chase. Green light for Nate Green. Bit of pedaling before the finish line, and Nate Green takes it. 896 on his 890 dial, 70 miles per hour across the 8th. Dallas Jackson went a little bit too quick. Dallas Jackson was slow off the line, tried to make up for it, went flat out, went too fast. Nate Green moving on in today's competition into the semifinals for Junior Thunder. Grayson Mass and Pearson Mass. Brother v. brother. Both drivers with new elevation civil construction. Left lane 893 Dylan. Right lane 1193 Dylan. Pearson Mass taking off first. Exactly 3 seconds later, Grayson Mass will get the green light and be on the chase. Pearson Mass, little too excited to get to that 8th mile mark, leaves early. Throwing up the cherry, 21 thou early. Grayson Mass putting down an 892, broke out, but was already had the wind light lit up on that run. Grayson Mass moving on to the semifinals for Junior Thunder. Up next, we have Wesley Armstrong in the left lane with Fountain Tire Chilliwack and Badass Garage. 892 up on his board. Right lane, Kiera Harder. Kiera with Anderson A1 Auto House and Elevation Real Estate. 1216 up on Kiera's board. Wesley Armstrong with the green light. Wesley Armstrong takes the win on that race, putting down an 896 on his 892 dial-in, 70 miles per hour at the 8th mile. Kiera Harder went a little bit too fast on that one, broke out 1212 on 1216. Ashton Katnick now lined up next to Alex Green. Alex Green, yesterday's Junior Thunder winner. Ashton Katnick, yesterday's Junior Thunder runner-up. We got 896 in the left lane, 896 in the right lane. Ashton Katnick lighting up Alex Green's win light at the starting line. Ashton Katnick leaving 46th thou on the wrong side of the starting line. Alex Green getting off the line nice and tidy, 21 up front, 894 out back, 73 miles an hour. Alex Green will be facing off his brother Nate Green in the semifinals. And Grayson Mass will be up against Wesley Armstrong for Junior Thunder Elimination round number 3. And with that, we are getting into Junior Lightning. And here's Riley Harder, driving with A1 Auto House. I was chatting with Riley Harder's dad on my lunch break. This young man is 5 years old, just finished his licensing, taking some test passes. 23:43 at 24 miles an hour for Riley Harder in the Lordco lane. And Junior Lightning semifinals. Four cars. Only 2 will be left for the final race for Junior Lightning. Adeline Duda in the left lane in that vibrant painted 05 half-scale junior dragster, driving with KJL Holdings Performance World and Bumper to Bumper. 790 up on Adeline's board. Isabella Marshall in the right lane. 2016 Mike Boss Junior Dragster, driving with Canco and De Silva Auto World. She's got 802 up on the Lordco board. Adeline Duda leaving early, half a second ahead of schedule. Isabella Marshall with the wind light lit up. 803 on her 802 dial-in. Isabella Marshall will be in the final round for Junior Lightning. April Bond now in the hot pink JBS equipment machine in the left lane. And the silvery green car on the right hand side is Koka Kowalski, driving with Decal Ventures. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need sportsmen to the lanes. Sportsmen, come on down to the staging lanes for your elimination round 2. Super Pro, you're on standby. Sportsmen, come on down. Super Pro on standby. 801 on the TCS board, 796 on the Lordco board. This race will determine who is up against Isabella Marshall in the final round for Junior Lightning. One of these drivers with a fantastic reaction time, and he takes it. Final round will be Koka Kowalski v. Isabella Marshall. Koka, 795 on his 796 dial. Both drivers broke out. Koka got off the line with a 006 reaction time in the right lane. And that concludes the Junior Lightning Elimination Round 2. We're going to be moving on to Pro Bracket. Starting us off with Pro. Mike Render in the left lane. Yesterday's winner. And on the side of his truck, it now says, "It was for you, Mom." That's awesome. Heather Hornall in the right lane in the 78 Fairmont. Going red, handing the win light to Mike Render. And Andy Klosky and Lorenz Schwartz. Andy Klosky, yesterday's runner-up for Pro in that 65 Chevy, the strip teaser. Right lane, Lorenz Schwartz, 1983 Monte Carlo, driving with Taves Roofing and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. 10-13 up on the board. And Lorenz Schwartz with the win light lit up. Andy Klosky leaving 8th thou early. Lorenz Schwartz running a 10-11. Broken out, but didn't matter. He'd already won the race. Andrew Valley now and Calvin Dirks. Calvin Dirks in the Sugar Bear 1978 Pontiac Firebird. 10:31 up on his board. Andrew Valley going to be leaving first in that 65 Buick Riviera. 455 Buick powered car. .37, Calvin Dirks moving on in the right lane. Interesting reaction times too. My lucky number is 111. Calvin Dirks was .111. Andrew Valley was 0111. Derek Johnstone next in the left lane, 1335 up on his board in that convertible 66 Impala. In the right lane, the C7 Corvette is Steve Watkins, 1127 up on his dial. Derek Johnstone. Going to be taking off first. Steve Watkins in the 2017 Chevrolet will be getting the green light next. Not a massive difference with reaction time between these two drivers. And it looks like it's going to be Derek Johnstone. 13:33 on his 13:35 dial. Both drivers broke out. Johnstone by 13 thou. Steve Watkins by 58 thou. Win goes to Derek Johnstone. Dave Jung now in the left lane, 96 Camaro. 1056 is his dial in. Next to Martin Lambert in the 79 Chevy Monza. Martin Lambert leaving early, handing the win light to Dave Jung at the starting line. Al Brock now in the left lane, 1970 Plymouth Cuda. Sean Ernest in the right lane, 84 Chevy S10. 440 powered car in the left lane, 406 powered GM in the right lane. Dial-ins, 1118 to the right lane, 987 to the left. Sean Ernest leaving early. 500s early, handing the win light to Al Prock. Al Prock putting down a 996 at 128 miles an hour. Ryan Ledrette now in the 2016 Challenger. 6.4 liter V8 under the hood of that car. He's driving with Muffler Tech Auto. 12:51 up on the board. He's going to be leaving first. Ryan McKinney will be on the chase in his 96 Camaro. Green light, wheels up launch. Oh, red light, wheels up launch for Rick McKinney. And you could tell the exact second that he realized that he red lit when he let off. 002 reaction time on the wrong side of the starting line. So Ryan Ledrette takes it with a 12:54 on his 12:51 dial-in. Ryan Ledrette moving on to E3 for Pro. Craig Johnson now in the G-Body Cutlass in the left lane, lined up next to Sean Langley's 69 Mach 1, powered by a 428. 1169 in the left lane, 1162 in the right lane. One of these drivers with an okay reaction time, one of these drivers with a terrific reaction time, and it pays off for Sean Langley. 003 up front, 1167 out back, 113 miles an hour. Craig Johnson putting down an 1171 at 101, not quite enough. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Motorcycle is on standby. Again, that's Super Pro to the staging lanes. Standby motorcycle. John Tabak now for a competition single. 1040 is his dial, getting off the line. 057 reaction time. Stopping the timer at 10:56 at $1:10. All alone out there, he definitely took it easy on that run.
Coming right up. Okay. Just snoozing. Really tired.
Wanted to invite you guys to the Mopac Auto Supply Friday night street legal drags coming up next weekend, next Friday night. Street legal drags bring streetcars off the roads and onto the strip for a safe, fun, and competitive night of racing. Open to daily driven vehicles, this event is all about testing reaction times, personal bests, and enjoying drag racing in a relaxed, spectator-friendly atmosphere. So if you got a car and you're wondering what it could do on the drag strip, or you got your parents' car keys for the night, come on out and see what it could do on the drag strip. First pair in the sportsman class, Dean Ormsby in the 94 Firebird in the left lane. 12:04 up on his board. Brendan Piskacek will be leaving first, 13:25 on his board. Brendan Piskacek in the 1990 Ford Mustang GT hatchback, driving with Buick Racing and Motoring Canada with Thomas. Dean Ormsby goes red by 500ths, handing the win light to Brendan Piskacek. Piskacek with a clean run, 13:29 at 101 miles an hour. Steve Watkins now and Sylvia Hoogstens. Sylvia in her baby blue 1966 Ford Mustang, stroker motor powered car, 12:04 dial. And Steve Watkins spinning the tires a little bit in the C7 Corvette. Steve Watkins going red. Sylvia Hoogstens leaving nice and tidy. Sylvia Hoogstens moving on to the next round. Greg Dawson now in the left lane, that 1957 Pontiac. 454 powered car, lined up next to Tyler Smith in the 68 Chevelle. 383 powered car. 12:27 up on the board in the left lane, right lane 11:60. Clean launch for both drivers. And it's going to be Greg Dawson lighting up the win light, 12:27. With a 4 on his 12:27 dial-in. Was 29 up front. 3 thou between those two cars at the finish line, and he was 4 thou off his dial. Tyson Lowe now, 3rd gen Camaro, 1984 in the left lane. Lined up next to Jack Stout in the 48 Austin. We got a 12.30 dial in the left lane, 12.03 dial in the right lane. Tyson Lowe putting the 48 Austin on the trailer. 12.35 on his 12.30 dial. 100 miles per hour. We got Veronica Hodgson in the 69 Dodge. 360 Mopar powered car. Driving with Lordco. Next to Kyle Fredrickson in his 1985 square body GMC, and Veronica Hodgson hands Kyle the win light at the starting line, leaving a little bit early, 13 thou too soon. Kyle Fredrickson was 17 off the starting line, put down at 11:57 at 113 miles an hour. Now we have Andrew Valley back around again in his 65 Buick Riviera. Lined up next to Josh Klosky in the 90 Blazer. 1160 dial and an 1160 dial. One of these drivers with a pretty good launch. One of these drivers with a really good launch. Josh Klosky. It works out. 007 up front, 1168 out back. He will be moving on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, come on down to the staging lanes. Motorcycle to the staging lanes. Hot rods on standby. Motorcycles to the lanes, hot rods on standby. Eric Hansen now in the 1970 Dodge in the left lane, 12-12 up on the board. And Kevin McCauley in the 83 Cutlass, 1167 on the board. Win light, Eric Hansen. 12-11, both cars broke out. Eric Hansen broke out only by 1/10. Kevin McCauley broke out by 16/10. Eric Hansen with the win light will be moving on to elimination round number 3. And that's a wrap for Sportsman. Moving on now to elimination round 2 of Super Pro. Colton Morin and Martin Rochelle. Colton Morin in the 07 Race Tech Dragster, Martin Rochelle in the 78 Malibu. Martin Rochelle will be getting the green light first. 1090 dial on his side. Colton Morin with a 765 dial on his side. Couple of green lights. Colton Morin is on the chase. Not quite enough. Martin Rochelle takes it. 1089. Both drivers broke out. Martin Rochelle broke out by 8 thou. Colton Morin broke out by 16 thou. Martin Rochelle moving on to the next round. Super Pro. Brad Vingy now, B&C Racing. 953 on the board in the left lane. Ted Buss with Shawnigan Trucking. 1934 Ford in the right lane. 953 left, 906 right. Win light, left lane, Brad Vingy. Left with 14 thou at the starting line. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rods, come on down to the staging lanes. Hot rods, come on down to the staging lanes. Standby super combo on standby. Aaron Young and Jeff Alder. Aaron Young on the chase right now, trying to chase down that Ford. Doesn't do it. 27 Ford. 10-15 right on the button. 10-15 with a 4 on his 10-15 dial. 125 miles an hour. Aaron Young also with a clean run. 780 on the 779 dial. Not quite bang on though. Jeff Alder's run, he was off dial by 4 thou. We got Mike Bucky Stewart in the right lane, Kevin McNichol in the left lane. Kevin McNichol in the 67 Nova. Mike Stewart also in a 67 Nova. Kevin McNichol, 2025 Door Wars champ. Mike Stewart driving with Bucky's Mini Excavating, Slickworks YouTube channel, Ken Specialty Auto. And he gets taken out. Mike Stewart no longer in today's competition. Both drivers with fantastic reaction times. 008 in the left lane, 004 in the right lane. Kevin McNichol, dead 8. 982 with an 8 on his 982 dial. That is a tough run to beat. Bucky running a 1009 on his 1007 dial. Daniel Rodriguez in the left lane. 08 TNT Dragster. Brad Powell in the right lane. 2010 TNT Dragster. 717 TCS board. 729 on the Lordco board. Brad Powell going red. Going red by 6 thou. Dana Rodriguez running a 718 on a 717 dial, taking the win on that one. We'll be moving on in the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro class for elimination round number 3. We got Chris Stone up right now. Chris Stone, the it says 1968 Dodge, but that is his other car. This is Chris Stone's more modern Dodge Stratus, question mark. He's driving with Willowbrook Motors, Lordco, BG Wagon Master, and Mopac. 867 up on the TCS board. Craig Johnson in the right lane. Not in his usual G-body wagon, this time in a G-body T-top Cutlass. He's driving with BC Scale and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. 1169 up on the Lordco board. Craig Johnson on the charge. Chris Stone on the chase. Very similar reaction times from these drivers. Chris Stone takes it. Both drivers broke out. Chris Stone broke out only by 9/10,000ths of a second. Craig Johnson broke out by 18 thou. Chris Stone moving on to elimination round 3 for Super Pro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo. Super Combo, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Super Combo, you are needed in lanes 3 and 4. Super Shifters, you guys are on standby. Hayden James in the tower lane, 2002 Cameron Dragster. Lined up next to Ron Fawcett in the right lane in the slightly altered Model T. Ron Fawcett driving with straight line race cars, 892 up on his board. Not a huge difference between the reaction times of these two drivers, and it goes to Hayden James. Hayden James, the winner of that race. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers. Door slammer cars, this is your 15-minute standby. Door slammers, 15-minute standby. We got Lincoln Shirk staging in the right lane and his undercover dragster. And he lets off the button way early. Cavalier here, just taking a quick test run before we move on to motorcycle. And that little test run put the cap on the four-tired racers. Moving on to the two-wheeled racers, we got Motorcycle ET for elimination round 2. Motorcycle class brought to you by Mountain View Harley Davidson. Al Omond, left lane 2017 ZRX, 1428 powered bike. 894 up on his board. Dwayne Stevens in the right lane, 2008 Hayabusa, 1300cc bike with 950 up on the Lordco board. Dwayne Stevens going red. Al Omond. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters come on down to 1 and 2. Super shifters come on down to lanes number 1 and 2. Super combo, calling you guys down again. Super combo, come on down to 3 and 4. Super shifters 1 and 2. Super combo 3 and 4. Kevin Brennan now, 2020 Suzuki GSXR 1500. Lined up next to Miles Hauer on his 94 Suzuki. 827 on the board for Miles. 795 for Kevin Brennan. And Kevin Brennan takes it. 801 on his 795 dial. Miles Hauer ran too fast. Broke out with an 822 on his 827 dial-in. Corey Craig riding Black Lightning. Corey Craig on the Hayabusa 1300 turbocharged motorcycle. 781 up on his board. Corey Craig putting down a 783, and that will close out motorcycle elimination round 2. Moving on to hot rod elimination round 2. Troy Scartwood from Snohomish, Washington, 1969 Camaro, lined up next to Rob Monroe in the 31 Ford Model A. Rob Monroe with White Knuckle Racing. Camaro's got a 454 under the hood. Rob Monroe on the chase. Kept the front of that hot rod down this run on a rip, and he wins it. 17 thou up front, much better tree. Puts down an 866 on his 860 dial-in. Rob Monroe moving on to elimination round 3 hot rod. Blake Miller now in the 67 Camaro in the tower lane. Dustin Hunter in the spectator side. Dustin Hunter driving the 64 Falcon Fast Ford Falcon. 557 Ford under the hood of the Falcon. 632 big block Chevrolet in the Camaro. 897 right lane, 839 left lane. Clean launches for both drivers. One of these drivers very well launched off the line. 10 thou launch for Dustin Hunter, and he wins it. Dustin Hunter moving on to elimination round number 3. Put down a 901 at a $147. Moving on to Andy Klosky. Andy Klosky, runner-up, lined up next to Dennis Winton. Runner-up from last race, yesterday's race. Dennis Winton in the 66 Bel Air in the right lane with a 1063. He'll be taken off first. Green light for Klosky. Similar reaction time for both drivers, and the win light is lit up for Andy Klosky. Both drivers broke out. Double breakout situation. Andy Klosky broke out by only 3 thou. Dennis Winton by 17 thou. 6 thou difference between those two cars. And Rob Hodgson is up next in the right lane. Rob Hodgson, yesterday's champion, lined up next to Ken Hogue in the 64 Plymouth. 1085 tower side, 1065 spectator side, and yesterday's winner goes red. He will not be today's winner. Ken Hogue takes the win light on that one. Ken Hogue moving on to elimination round number 3 for Hot Rod. And that's it. Hot Rod, brought to you by the Old Car Center. Next Hot Rod elimination round is round 3, which is the semi-final. Coming up next, we will have Super Combo. We just wrapped up Hot Rod Elimination Round 2, so Super Combo Elimination Round 2 coming up shortly. Just going to give the track a quick drag. Make sure we have perfect conditions for the next round of racers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, you are now on standby. Door slammers on standby. So that round and, well, the motorcycle series here at Mission Raceway is brought to you by Mountain View Harley-Davidson. Mountain View Harley-Davidson is a full-service Harley-Davidson dealership based in Chilliwack, BC, serving the Fraser Valley and beyond. They offer new and pre-owned Harley-Davidson motorcycles, plus parts, accessories, apparel, and full service and maintenance for V-twin bikes. From cruising the valley to hitting the open highway, Mountain View Harley-Davidson in Chilliwack is the Fraser Valley's home for new and used Harleys, performance parts, and everything you need to keep the ride going strong. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, come on down to the staging lanes. Door slammers to the staging lanes, please. Juniors, you're on standby. Juniors on standby. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying your June 12th Collector Car Appreciation Day. On this day in 1962, the Rolling Stones played their first ever concert. While not a car event, this marked the beginning of an era where rock and roll and hot rod culture became inseparable. Throughout the 60s, custom cars, muscle cars, cruising, and rock music helped define automotive culture. And as a car guy in your classic car, you know that feeling when you're cruising down the road and Green Onions comes on. You crank it up just a little louder. Or Chuck Berry. Well, I'm going to chuck some fun facts for you guys. I like throwing out some fun car facts every now and then. The Corvette almost died. In 1955, only 700 Chevrolet Corvettes were sold, and Chevrolet seriously considered canceling the model. Super combo cars are in the burnout box. Here we go, Herman Chan and Dean Peterson. Herman Chan in the left lane. Yesterday's super combo winner. Dean Peterson in the right lane in the Roadster Mustang. Herman Chan gets the win light on that one. Dean Peterson a little slow on the starting line. Herman Chan putting down a 1091 on his 1090 dial. 125 miles an hour across the stripe. Herman Chan moving on to Super Combo Elimination Round 3. Warren Jacobson now in the 1967 Chevy 2 in the tower lane. Martin Rochelle in the right lane in the 78 Malibu. Couple of 1090 cars. Warren Jacobson takes it 1092 on the 1090 dial. Martin Rochelle runs a 1093. Margin between those two cars, 7 thou. Very similar reaction times from both drivers in that run too. Steve Veach now for a solo run, competition single. 1972 Duster, another 1090 car. Powered by a 416 small block. He's here from Courtney. Steve Veach coasting across the line with a 1283. Joel Smith now in the 71 Pontiac Ventura. $10.45 on the board for Joel Smith with Zapstrap Racing and Gibson's Trans. John Eastburn in the right lane in the 62 Chevy Bel Air hardtop coupe, powered by a 409. Joel Smith with a tidier run. 1056 on his 1045 dial. John Eastburn ran a 988. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior program. You guys can come on down to the staging lanes. We're putting Junior Thunder in lane 1. Junior Lightning in lane number 2. Junior Street can go in lanes 5 and 6. And Pro, you're on standby. That's Junior Thunder 1, Junior Lightning 2. Junior Street 5 and 6. Pro is on standby. We're into super shifters now. Dan Gray in the Bullnose Ford putting down an 1175 with a 6 on his 1175 dial. 109 miles per hour. Keith Winterbottom broke out, ran too fast. John DePork now in the left lane in the 77 Camaro, lined up next to Scott Nation. Scott Nation with a wild wheelie in his last run. 1019 dial for John. 923 for Scott in the 69 Dart. John getting the green light first. Green light for Scott. And a much tidier run for Scott. And one of these drivers has a terrific reaction time, and it pays off for him. Scott Nation in the right lane. 9 thou up front. 925 on his 923 dial. 136 miles an hour. John DePork, 1022 on his 1019 dial. Left 87 thou at the starting line. And the track goes quiet. Starting line crew just doing a quick little tidy up of the Lord Co lane there. Dave Carmen for a solo run here. He's here from Lake Stevens, Washington in his 1965 Merc. .038 at the starting line. And he broke out. 10:02 on his 10:07 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro to the staging lanes. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes for elimination round number 3. Sportsman, you are on standby. Pro to the staging lanes. Sportsman on standby. And that's Jamie Roth taking a run down the strip right now in his 64 Comet. Puts down 10:01 dead. 10:01 with a 2. Dead on to his 10:01 dial-in. 090 off the starting line. Solid run for Shin Kicker Racing. Coming up next, we have the Door Slammers elimination round number 3. The herd has been cut in half and cut in half again, and it is about to be cut in half again. Just a reminder for juniors, junior street lanes 5 and 6, Thunder 1, junior lightning lane 2, and pro should be on the way now also to the staging lanes. Well, the last fun fact that I shared with you guys is about the Corvette almost dying. Only 700 Corvettes were sold in 1955. The Mustang, on the other hand, the Mustang's incredible debut when the Ford Mustang launched in April 1964, Ford sold more than 22,000 on the very first day. The beginning of a true American icon. And we got one right in front of us right now. Dale Phillips, 1967 Shelby GT500 in the spectator side lane. 748 up on his board. Paul Debris Jr. in the left lane here from Shawnigan Lake in his 1966 Valiant. Paul Debris driving with straight line race cars, and Shawnigan Lake Trucking, 844 up on his board. Couple of green lights for these drivers, and it goes to Paul Debris Jr., putting down an 845 on his 844 dial-in, 159 miles per hour. Ray Russiani, 1966 Chevy 2. He's here from Kelowna, driving with Dexy Paws. 822 on the board on both sides of the track. Mike Kenworthy on the right-hand side. He's here from Arlington, Washington. 1992 Firebird. He's got a 588 Ritchie motor. He's driving with Illusion Motorsports and Speedmart. Solid launches for both of these drivers, and it goes to the left lane, Ray Russiani in the 66 Chevy 2. 822 with a 9 on his 822 dial-in, 162 miles an hour. Jason Field now in the 71 Chevelle in the left lane. He's got a 632 with 2 stages of nitrous. He's got lots of support from Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Financing. Brian Ritchie, obviously, with Ritchie Racing Engines, with a 789 dial. Jason Field puts Brian Ritchie's 68 Chevelle on the trailer with a 711 at 190 miles an hour. The margin between those two cars at the finish line was 1 thou. That would have been a fun race to watch from the big end. And that closes up Door Slammers E3, moving on to Junior Street elimination round number 3. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen, come on down to the back of the staging lanes. Sportsman ET to the back of the staging lanes for E3. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Moving on to Junior Street now, brought to you by Stay Tuned Auto Repair. Junior Street, Nick Bond in the left lane, 900 up on his board. Owen Harvey in the Denside Ford, 1029 up on his board. And he takes it. That's 78 F100. Lighten up the win light, 1038 on his 1029 Dylan. Nick Bond run at 899 on his 900, breaking out by 2 thou. Cash in the convertible 94 Mustang GT in the left lane, 990 up on his board. Jimmy Vandenberg in the right lane, 1990 Pontiac with a 920 dial. One of these drivers left really well, and it paid off. Jimmy Vandenberg will be moving on into the final round. Final round will be Owen Harvey versus Jimmy Vandenberg for the last round of Junior Street. Coming up next, Junior Thunder, elimination round 3, and then we have the Junior Lightning final. Junior Thunder semifinal coming up. Grayson Mass and Wesley Armstrong. Couple of Martin Chassis Junior dragsters. Grayson's is an 08, Wesley's is a 12. Grayson with new elevation civil construction, 891 up on his board. Wesley, 892 up on his board, driving with Fountain Tire Chilliwack and Badass Garage today. And one of these drivers will wind up in the final round. Similar reaction times from both drivers, and it goes to Wesley Armstrong, putting down an 899 on his 892 Dylan, 71 miles per hour across the 8th mile trap. Wesley Armstrong going on to the finals. And now we have the brothers Alex Green v. Nate Green. Alex Green in the left lane. Nate Green driving the green machine in the right lane. Both drivers with True North Mechanical. Alex Green with an 892 up on the board. Nate Green with an 894. So Alex Green took that one. The names on the computer screen were swapped. So Alex Green was in the right lane. 894 dead on. Not even a 10,000th of a second off dial. Off dial, I got 4 zeros in front of me. That very rarely ever happens. And we're going to go ahead and call Super Pro to the staging lanes. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Motorcycle on standby for elimination round number 3. And now we're on to Junior Lightning Final. This is what it all comes down to in today's junior program. This is the Junior Lightning Final. Koka Kowalski in the left lane, driving with Decal Ventures, 795 up on Koka's board. Isabella Marshall in the right lane with Canco and De Silva Auto World with an 802. We have 4 stage bulbs lit and 2 green lights. One of these drivers with a good reaction time, one of these drivers with a fantastic reaction time, and that is Koka Kowalski, your winner for today's Junior Lightning Final. Koka Kowalski on the 795 dial, ran a 798, was 006 off the tree. Isabella Marshall, 096 off the tree, ran an 805 on her 802 dial. Koka Kowalski, the champion. Isabella Marshall, today's runner-up for Junior Lightning.
Hey Daniel, your buy and pro is the red Mustang there, Sean Langley in the back.
All right. Are you ready for the test pass?
Yeah, maybe it's close. We're good.
And the Soares Cavalier coming for another test hit down the drag strip. All right, pro elimination round 3. That was Derek Johnstone winning that race against Calvin Dirks. Put down a 1350 on his 1333 dial. Calvin Dirks went too fast. Mike Render now in the 85 S10. Lined up next to Lorenz Schwartz in the 83 Monte Carlo. We got 1074 for Mike Render, 1013 for Lorenz Schwartz. Lorenz Schwartz moving on in today's competition. Putting down a 1018 on his 1013 dial. 20 late up front. Solid run. Dave Jung now in the 96 Camaro. Keep your eyes on that car. He's about to hang the hoops off the starting line. 1055 dial in for Dave Jung. John Taback in the right lane in his 365 LS powered 89 S10. 1046 up on the Lordco board. Win light Dave Jung. Got off the line a little bit quicker. 17th thou up front. 1058 on his 1055 dial-in. 115 miles an hour. John put down a 1051 on and a $117. Not quite enough to do it. Ryan Ledrette and Al Proc. Ryan Ledrette, 2016 Challenger. In the left lane, driving with Muffler Tech Auto. 1252 up on the board. He will leave first. Al Proc in the right lane, 1970 Plymouth Cuda. 440 powered car. He's got a 987 on the board. He'll be on the chase. Lighten up the win light, Ryan Ledrette. Both drivers broke out. Ryan Ledrette broke out by less. By only 5 thou. Got lucky with that run. Sean Langley now for a competition single in the right lane. Driving his 1969 Mustang Mach 1 428 powered car. 1165 up on the board. I gotta say, the color of those two cars goes quite well together. That would make for a nice photo. Greg Dawson, the left lane, 57 Pontiac. 454 powered car, 1227 dial. Sylvia Hoogston's 1966 Ford 347 stroker motor. A car she calls Baby Blue, 1205 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, your call to the staging lanes. Motorcycle, come on down to 5 and 6. Motorcycles, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod, you can come down to the back of the staging lanes. Super Combo, for your final, you're on standby. And Super Shifters, you're on standby also for elimination round number 3. Sylvia Hoogstens took the win on that race. 12:15 on her 12:05 dial. Brendan Piskacek and Eric Hansen now. Brendan in the 1990 Ford running a 13:29, a little bit too quick. Eric Hansen putting down a 12:11, lighting up the win light on that race, 111 miles per hour. Eric Hansen moving on. Kyle Fredrickson winning that race, 1161 on his 1160 dial. So in the semifinals, it'll be Kyle Fredrickson lined up next to Eric Hansen. And Josh Klosky now for a solo run. Josh Klosky is going to wind up racing next to Sylvia Hoogstens in the semifinals for sportsman class. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro class. Kevin McNichol and Jeff Alder. Couple of bright red cars. 67 Nova in the left lane. 27 Ford in the right lane. And this race started off with a couple fantastic reaction times. Kevin McNichol went a little bit too fast. Jeff Alder with the win light, 10:17 on his 10:15 dial. We had 9 thou launch for Kevin McNichol, 5 thou launch for Jeff Alder. So Jeff Alder took that race. This race right now, Chris Stone versus Daniel Rodrigue will determine who will be racing against Jeff Alder in the semifinals for Super Pro. Chris Stone, left lane, Willowbrook Motors, Lordco, BG Wagon Master, and Mopac. Daniel Rodrigue in the right lane on the chase, reeling him in. And it's a green light for Daniel Rodrigue. Dead for 183 miles an hour. He was 16 off the tree. Chris Stone beat him off the tree, 13 off the tree, but he went too fast. Chris Stone ran a 863 on his 866 top.
Sorry, I didn't mean to stop you there, but like.
I did not see that, but we've had a crash at the end of the track. Everybody stay back and let the safety crew have a lot of space to do their jobs. Everybody, please stay back and give the safety crew plenty of room to do their jobs. All right, guys. Well, Chris is out of the car and he is okay. The driver is okay. That is one thing I'm happy to announce. So there's a bit of a mess of parts down there, but the driver is okay. Well, guys, we're still in a bit of a downtime right now. Chris Stone is okay. Track crew hard at work, getting the track nice and cleaned off here. Shout out to the track crew at the end of the track. You guys are doing good work down there. Well, racers, track crew's still hard at work down there. We're looking at about another 15, maybe 20 minutes out to get the track cleaned up. And then we'll get back to racing. Well, we're going to go ahead and call motorcycle back down to the staging lanes. Back down to 5 and 6. Motorcycle, come on down to 5 and 6. Hot rod, come on down to the staging lanes also for elimination round 3. Super combo and super shifters. So super combo, the final, and super shifters, you guys are on standby for now. All right, attention pits, motorcycle, come on down. Hot rod, come on down. Super combo final, come on down. Super shifters, you guys are still on standby for now. My mistake, super shifters, come on down. Door slammers, you guys are on standby, as well as the junior program. Junior Street and Junior Thunder finals. And door slammers on standby. Here we go. Back into Super Pro Elimination Round 3. Hayden James in the left lane. In the 2002 Cameron Dragster lined up next to Martin Rochelle in the right lane in the 78 Malibu. Martin Rochelle getting the green light first. 1090 dial up on the board. Hayden James 700 on the TCS board. Attention in the pits. Attention, Ken Hogue. We need Ken Hogue from Hot Rod class to the staging lanes. Ken Hogue to the staging lane. Martin Rochelle launching first. Hayden James is on the chase. Martin Rochelle takes it. 1090 with a 3 on his 1090 dial. Hayden James, definitely worth mentioning. A perfect reaction time. Trip zip. 3 zeros and a 2 for Hayden James's reaction time. And Brad Vinci now in the left lane with BNC Racing in his 68 Chevy Camaro. 953 up on his board. Lincoln Shirk in the right lane. In that undercover dragster, 632 powered car, 791 up on Lincoln Shirk's board. Brad Vinci with the green light first. Lincoln Shirk on the chase. Similar reaction times for both drivers, and it's going to be Brad Vinci. Lincoln Shirk broke out, was 9 thou too fast. Brad Vinci running a 957 on his 953 dial-in, 143 miles an hour. And that will close out our Super Pro third round of eliminations, moving on to Motorcycle E3. Al Omond. Al Omond from Agassi in the left lane on his 2017 ZRX 1428cc powered motorcycle. He's got an 892 up on the board. Right lane, Corey Craig. Riding his Hayabusa 1300 turbocharged motorcycle that he calls Black Lightning. 781 up on the Lordco board. Al Omond quicker off the line, and he gets it with an 895 on his 892 dial-in. 140 miles an hour through the quarter-mile trap. Kevin Brennan up now on his 2020 Suzuki GSX-R 1500cc motorcycle for a competition single run. He's got a 796 dial. Kevin Brennan, 026 off the tree, 814 at the big end at a $161. And that finishes off motorcycle third round of eliminations. Moving on to Hot Rod E3. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, this is your call to the staging lanes. Door slammers, come on down for elimination round number 4. And Junior Street, Junior Thunder Finals, and Pro ET, you guys are still on standby. Well, juniors are still on standby. Pro ET, this is your first standby call. Andy Klosky in the 1965 Chevelle Strip Teaser lined up next to Rob Monroe in the 31 Ford Model A. Rob Monroe driving with White Knuckle Racing. Andy Klosky takes it. 007 off the tree. Andy Klosky takes it with a 970 on his 969 dial-in. 3 thou between those two cars at the finish line. Rob Monroe went a little bit too quick. Ken Hogue now in the left lane, 1964 Plymouth. 440 powered car with 1088 up on the board. And we got the Falcon Fast car driven by Dustin Hunter. That's a 1964 Ford Falcon with 897 up on his board. Ken Hogue going red, handing the win light over to Dustin Hunter at the starting line. Dustin Hunter getting off the starting line tidy. 093 reaction time puts down an 893 at 150 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Jamie Roth, we need you guys. We need you in the staging lanes. Jamie Roth, come to the staging lanes, please. Here we have the Super Combo Final. Herman Chan and Warren Jacobson. Warren Jacobson, the left lane, is 67 Chevy 2. Herman Chan in the right lane in the 67 Camaro. Herman Chan was yesterday's winner of Super Combo, and he's got another crack at it right now. Couple 1090 cars. They're going to get the green light at the same time. One of these drivers with a good reaction time, one of these drivers with a really good reaction time, and it's going to be Warren Jacobson, 1087 on his 1090 dial. Herman Chan, also 1087 on his 1090 dial-in. But Warren Jacobson ran 1087 with a 9. Herman Chan, 1087 with an 8. Both drivers broke out. One driver broke out 1 thou less. Warren Jacobson, 27 thou off the starting line. Herman Chan is who I was talking about, went 007 off the starting line. So Warren Jacobson is today's winner for the Super Combo class, and Herman Chan, yesterday's winner, is today's runner-up. And that closes out the Super Combo racing for this weekend. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior finalists, Junior Street and Junior Thunder, come on down for your final race.
And you can actually follow Pro to the back.
Also, we're going to go ahead and call Pro to the back of the staging lanes. Pro, come on down to the back of staging lanes. Sportsman on standby. Pro, come on down to the back of the staging lanes. Sportsman on standby. Dave Carmen and Joel Smith. Dave Carmen in the left lane, 1965 Mercury, 427 Ford powered car, lined up next to Joel Smith in his 71 Pontiac Ventura in the right lane. Joel Smith with Zapstrap Racing and Gibson's Trans. 10:02 in the left lane, 10:45 in the right lane. Dave Carmen, 10:08 at $1.30, putting Joel Smith's Ventura on the trailer. Joel Smith went a 10:42, broke out. Not quite good enough. Jamie Roth coming up now in his 64 Comet in the left lane with Shin Kicker Racing, 10:001. His dial next to Scott Nation in the 69 Dart. We got a 347 Ford in the left lane and a 340 Dodge in the right lane. 922 for Scott Nation. Scott Nation takes it, double breakout situation. 921 on his 922 dial. Jamie Roth won a 996 on his 1000 or at his 1001 dial. Scott Nation, 7th thou off dial in the red. Jamie Roth, 40th thou off dial in the red. And we got Dan Gray for a competition single in his bullnose Ford, the 1983 Ford F-250. With a lot of wheel spin, a lot of wheel hop going on with that super shifter. Dan Gray with an 1193 on his 1170. The way that truck left the starting line, it's a good thing that was a competition single.
Let's do it.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Another call for pro bracket. Come on down to the back of the staging lanes, please. Jason Field showing how it's done with a big old burnout. First pair with the Canada West door slammers. Jason Field in the left lane, the 71 Chevelle. 632 V8 powered unit with 2 stages of nitrous. Ray Rusciani in the right lane in his 66 Chevy 2. Clean launch for both drivers, very similar reaction times, and Ray Rusciani takes it with an 821 on his 822 dial. We had another double breakout situation. Got some fast runs this evening. So that'll be Ray Rusciani in the final round for door slammers. And Paul Debris Jr. here for a competition single. He's got a spot in the final round. So next time you see door slammers on the track will be for the final round. Paul Debris Jr. lining up next to Ray Rusciani. And we are down to the Junior Street final race. Jimmy Vandenberg in the left lane in the 1990 Pontiac Firebird. 918 up on the board for him. Owen Harvey in the dent side Ford in the right lane. That's a 1978 Ford F100. 1034 up on his board. The truck's going to be taken off first. Jimmy's Pontiac's going to be on the chase. And it is Jimmy Vandenberg, your winner for Junior Street. Putting down a 920 at 71 miles per hour on his 918 dial-in. Owen Harvey, our runner-up, 1052 on his 1034 dial, 66 miles per hour across the finish line. Well done, Jimmy Vandenberg, and that is a wrap for Junior Street for the weekend. Moving on to Junior Thunder Final. And the final for juniors. Junior Thunder final pulling in to the burnout box right now. We got Wesley Armstrong in the left lane and Alex Green in the right lane. Alex Green with True North Mechanical. Wesley Armstrong with Fountain Tire Chilliwack and Badass Garage. 897 in the left lane, and we got 895 in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen, come on down to the staging lanes. Sportsmen to the lanes for elimination round 4. Super Pro, you're on standby. Sportsmen to the lanes. Super Pro on standby. 897 up on Wesley Armstrong's board. Alex Green with an 895. Pre-stage lights lit up, inching their way into a fully staged situation, and we got green light, and Alex Green goes red. So Wesley Armstrong is the winner of Junior Thunder in this final. Wesley Armstrong, your winner. Alex Green, the runner-up. Alex Green going red by 36 thou. Wesley Armstrong with a clean launch puts down a 903 at 71 miles an hour. Which concludes the junior program for this weekend. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Motorcycle and Hot Rod for your finals. You guys are on standby. So Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes right now. Motorcycle and Hot Rod on standby. First pair for the Muffler Tech Automotive Pro Bracket Elimination Round 4. Ryan Ledrette in the 2016 Challenger with Muffler Tech Auto. Lined up next to Sean Langley, who just handed the win light over to Ryan Ledrette. Sean Langley, antsy to get to the end of the racetrack, leaves 10 thou early. Ryan Ledrette, 15 thou safe off the starting line, puts down a 12.26 at a $1.12. Lorenz Schwartz in the Monte Carlo, Taves Roofing and Johnson's Custom Exhaust. 10-11 up on the board. Derek Johnstone in the right lane in his 66 Impala convertible with a 13.29 up on the board. Lorenz Schwartz letting off the gas. Just red lit and handed over the win to Derek Johnstone. Derek Johnstone left with a 0.67 reaction time, put down at 13.54 at 84 miles an hour. Derek Johnstone moving up the ladder into the semi-final. And we got Dave Jung on a competition single in his 1996 Camaro. 350 powered car. Puts down a 1052 on his 1050 dial. 35 thou at the starting line. Clean run for Dave Jung. And he will be up against Ryan Ledrette in the semifinals. Into sportsmen now, we have Kyle Fredrickson in the 85 square body in the left lane. Right lane, Eric Hansen in the 1970 Dodge. 1160 dial for the pickup truck, 1211 for Eric Hansen. And Kyle Fredrickson, ouch, goes red by 1/10,000th of a second. A perfect light with a 1 on the wrong side of the starting line. Eric Hansen gets the win on that race and will be put in the final round for sportsmen. That is a tough way to lose the semifinal round. And now, the final semifinal. Josh Klosky and Sylvia Hoogstens. 1966 Ford Mustang in the right lane, driven by Sylvia. Josh Klosky in the left lane, 1990 Blazer, 6-liter LS car. 1160 on Josh Klosky's board, 1205 on Sylvia Hoogstens. Win late left lane for Josh Klosky. Got off the line a little bit slower, but broke out a little bit less. Double breakout situation once again here. Sylvia Hoogstens running in 1195 on her 1205 dial. Josh Klosky with an 1152 on his 1160 dial. 0.02 of a second difference. And Josh Klosky will be in the final round up against Eric Hansen. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod final. Come on down to the staging lanes. Hot Rod, come on down for your final. Super Shifters on standby. Back to Super Pro for the semi-final. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro Elimination Round 4. Jeff Alder in the 1927 Ford. 1015 up on his board. He'll be leaving first. Daniel Rodriguez in the right lane, 2008 TNT Dragster. 716 up on his board. One of these drivers with a great reaction time, and it pays off. Daniel Rodriguez, 716 bang on the money on his 716 dial. He actually drove a 716 with a 0 and then a 5. 15 thou up front. He was off dial in that race by 5/10,000ths of a second, putting him in the final round for Super Pro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Shifters, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Shifters, come on down to the staging lanes for your semifinal race. And Pro, you're on standby for your semifinal race. And the last semifinal run for Super Pro happening right now. Brad Vinci in the left lane in the 1968 Chevy Camaro. BNC Racing on the side of his car. He's got a 954 dial up on the board. Martin Rochelle with a 1090 in his 78 Malibu. So this run will determine who will be up against Daniel Rodrigue and his dragster in the final run for Super Pro. One of these drivers with a good reaction time, one of these drivers with a fantastic reaction time. And Brad Vingy takes it. Double breakout situation again. Brad Vingy broke out by 5 thou. Martin Rochelle broke out by 6 thou. Close call at the end of that racetrack. Brad Vingy will be lining up with Daniel Rodrigue in the Super Pro final. And speaking of finals, Mountain View Harley-Davidson presents the motorcycle final. The last motorcycle race of the evening, we have Al Omond in the left lane on his 2017 ZRX. He's got 894 up on the board. Kevin Brennan in the right lane on his 2020 Suzuki GSXR. 1500cc motorcycle in the right lane. 796 up on the Lordco board. Both bikes are staged. 2 green lights and we got ourselves a race. And it goes to Kevin Brennan. Kevin Brennan, 802. Al Omond broke out on that run. 802 on a 796 Dylan. He was 54 thou at the tree. Al Omond left with 4 thou on the tree. Looked promising, but on his 894 dial, he broke out with an 891 run. Well done, Kevin Brennan. Kevin Brennan, your motorcycle winner for this event. Al Omond, our runner-up. We got a hot rod final coming up, folks. Hot rod final in the burnout box. Andy Klosky was yesterday's Pro ET and Hot Rod runner-up, and he's got another stab at it here. Dustin Hunter driving his Falcon Fast 4. That's a 1964 Ford Falcon powered by a 557. Andy Klosky, the strip teaser in the right lane. His 65 Chevelle powered by a 406 with 969 up on the board. Next to Dustin Hunter's 893. Dustin Hunter, leaving 17th out early, hands the win over to Andy Klosky. Andy Klosky, the hot rod winner of today's event, puts down a 968 at 136 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter left early. Dustin Hunter is the runner-up. Andy Klosky is today's champion. Yesterday, runner-up, today, winner. Solid driving this weekend, Andy Klosky.
Super Pro final on a standby.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, come on down for elimination round 5. Pro, come on down. Sportsman final, you guys can come on down too. Super Pro, your final, you guys are on standby. So Sportsman and Pro, come on down. And we have Super Shifters semi-final. Dan Gray in the Bullnose Ford, 1983 Ford F-250. Driving with Great Performance Motorsports, 1180 up on his board. He'll be leaving first. Scott Nation in the right lane in the 1969 Dart. 460 powered truck, 340 powered car. Scott Nation's Dart with a 919 up on the board. Nation hanging the hoops. And it goes to Dan Gray with an 1181 on his 1180 dial. A $1.06 through the quarter-mile trap. Dan Gray left. 024 reaction time. Scott Nation, bit of a tree problem. 200 reaction time for Scott Nation. Not good enough to put him into the final. So the final is going to be Dan Gray up against Dave Carmen. Here he is now in the tower lane as 1965 Mercury. He's got a 10.02 up on the board, and he goes red. Leaves early by 58 thou. But making his pass, he'll be in the final. Coming around for Super Shifter with Dan Gray. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, come on down for your final. Super Pro, come on down for your final round. Super Shifter and Door Slammers, you guys are on standby. Super Pro, come on down for your final round. And the last semifinal race. Last semifinal race is happening right now for Pro. Brought to you by Muffler Tech Automotive. Pro Elimination Round 5, we have Dave Jung in his 96 Camaro in the left lane. 10:53 up on his dial. Ryan Ledrette's going to be leaving first in his 2016 Challenger. 12:33 up on his dial. We got a clean launch from both drivers. Very similar reaction times at the starting line, and at the finish line, it's going to be Dave Jung moving on. Dave Jung will be lining up next to Derek Johnstone in the final. Dave Jung had a clean run, ran a 10:54 on his 10:55 dial, or his 10:53 dial, rather. Buck 22 across the finish line. Ryan Ledrette on his 12:33 dial, he ran a 12:32. Off dial, 6/1000 of a second, which puts Dave Jung in the final for Pro. Derek just taking the stage, and he's backing off the starting line. And that was the last semi-final, so now we have just finals across the board. Starting with this pair. Our sportsman final. Josh Klosky in the left lane, 1990 Blazer. 1160 up on his board. Eric Hansen in the right lane with a 1210 up on his board in his 1970 Dodge. Josh Klosky handing the win over to Eric Hansen at the starting line. Eric Hansen, today's sportsman winner. Josh Klosky going red by 6/1000 at the starting line. Eric Hansen, clean launch, 091 at the starting line, puts down a 1210 right on the money with a 4 at 109 miles an hour. He won it at the starting line, but he still put down dead 4 in this final run. A well-deserved win for Eric Hansen. We got the Super Pro final coming up here, folks. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door Slammer final and Super Shifters final. Come on down to the staging lanes. That's Door Slammers and Super Shifters final. Come on down to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits. Attention juniors. We have checks in the tower for Pearson and Grayson Mass, Adeline Duda, and Nick Bond and April Bond. That's Pearson Mass, Grayson Mass, Adeline Duda, and Nick and April. Come on up to the tower. If you guys are still here, we got checks waiting for you.
I just need to get them signed.
I see Brad Vingy and Daniel Rodrigue suited up and in their cars, ready for their Super Pro final run.
Yeah, so it just sets it.
Brad Vingy and Daniel Rodrigue. Brad Vingy in the left lane with BNC Racing, 952 up on his board. Daniel Rodrigue in the 2008 TNT Dragster with 715 up on his board. This is the Super Pro ET final. And something's up with Brad Vingy's 68 Camaro. Daniel Rodrigue with a solo pass to a checkered flag. Puts down a 716 at 183 miles an hour. Daniel Rodrigue, the Super Pro winner of today, Brad Vingy, very unfortunate circumstance, getting his car pushed off track right now. He'll be the runner-up for today's Super Pro class, brought to you by Rad Torque Systems.
The door slammer final back here. They should.
Those numbers there, those correlate to what spot.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro finalists on standby now. Pro finalists, you guys are on standby. Pro will be our final of the day. Door Slammers final coming up. And in the pits, Pro, this is your call to come on down. Pro is going to be our last final run of the night. So come on down to the staging lanes. We have Ray Russiani now in the 66 Chevy 2. Out of Kelowna in the left lane, driving with Dexy Paz. 821 up on Ray's board. Paul Debris Jr. in the right lane from Shawnigan Lake. With Shawnigan Lake Trucking, Straight Line Race Cars in his 66 Valiant. He's got 8:38 up on the board. .632 power in the left lane, 565 power in the right lane. And this is what it all comes down to for the door slammers. Similar reaction time from both drivers, and it's going to be Ray Rossiani, dead 821 with an 8 on his 821 dial. Paul DeBree Jr. running an 841 on his 838 dial-in. 0.02 of a second between those two cars, and Ray Rossiani is the winner for today's competition in the Door Wars class. Super Shifters final coming up. Right now, Dan Gray in the burnout box in his big heavy Ford. 1983 Ford F-250. Extended cab long box bullnose Ford. Powered by a 460 with Great Performance Motorsports. He's got 1180 up on the board. Lined up next to Dave Carmen from Lake Stevens, Washington, in his 65 Mercury. Made it all the way to the final. 10:06 up on his board.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry about that.
Both cars pre-staged. Four bulbs lit. Green light Dave Carmen, but it's not. Goes early, leaves early. 400s early, handing over the win to Dan Gray, who is today's champion in Super Shifters in this final run. Dan Gray, your winner for today's Super Shifters competition. And the night is winding down with only one more race to go. On this beautiful Sunday evening, we've got Pro ET coming up. This is the final of the night. The Pro Elimination Round. The last race of the night with Dave Jung in the 96 Camaro in the left lane, lined up next to Derek Johnstone in the right lane in his 66 Impala. Derek Johnstone will be getting the green light first with his 1332 dial, and Dave Jung will be on the chase. Green light for Derek Johnstone. Green light for Dave Jung with a big wheelie on the chase down the track. One of these drivers with a really good reaction time. Is it going to do it? It does. Derek Johnstone, the finals winner. Winner of Pro ET with a 1330. Both drivers broke out. Derek Johnstone broke out by a little bit less, 1330 at 99 miles an hour. And that is a wrap for our weekend. Thank you, everyone, for doing such a great job. Everyone who works here at the track. Thank you, racers, for spending your weekend here with us at the track. Hope you guys laid down some PBs and had a great time. I know I did. I'm sure everyone here did. So thanks again, guys. And for now, I'm signing off. This is Mike Slick, over and out.